that. Actually, let me wait for the others to get here, and then I'll remind you guys about it, where it is, everything like that, so we make sure everybody got it.
My wife is having problems with her computer.
So she's coming. Okay. All right, Erica, she needs to jump on her phone or something until she has it worked out. I'm okay if she does that.
She said she's trying.
Cool. Technology is great when it works, right? And then not so much. Thank you for letting me know that. Okay. I don't know. Let's just jump right in. And where are we? We are in the throes of our offer to purchase and contract, specifically on the fourth provision, which is all about the buyer's due diligence. This is the provision that lets the buyer know the things that they should consider doing, investigating, inspecting while they're still in their due diligence period. Here she comes. She get it figured out. So we're in the throes, hey Dakota. So we're in the throes of this buyer due diligence discussion. And we were talking about, again, some of the things that the buyer should consider doing. So we talked about the loan. I want to make sure that we're good, that we're all aware when you're using this contract, there is no loan contingency. You may use another contract that allows for it, and we can always create one. The parties can agree to negotiate anything. So if it's presented, if it comes up, we can always agree to it. But in this contract, in this document, there is nothing, no loan or appraisal contingencies built in. Can you guys see that a little bit better? Maybe make it bigger. The big thing during due diligence is that property investigation. Remember, the whole point of due diligence is for the buyer to learn as much about the property as they possibly can, and then decide, now knowing what I know, do I want to move forward with or terminate this transaction? Hey, Ezra. So we don't know. The buyer can't make that decision if they don't investigate, if they don't learn about the property, if they don't have the inspections and review the HOA documents and all the other things that pertain to the property. So what we discussed in chapter 14 in more depth, and then looked over the other day or last week when we saw our contract. Weird. Cheryl Kearns, I'm trying to see. Usually ask me to, I have the ability to ask you to turn your camera on, but it's not letting. Huh. Maybe on the next break, try the good old fashioned log out, log back in. But just keep chatting with me so I know you're here, Cheryl Kearns. We having some computer issues and the camera's not working. So we know Cheryl's here, even though we can't see her. So hi, Cheryl. Everybody say hi, Cheryl. Okay. So the due diligence period.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Yeah, that's weird. It's just the camera.
Okay.
So learning about that property investigation, for the buyer to make that decision. We talked about if they have an existing property to sell or lease. Again, this is not creating a contingency. We don't have a contingency for this. All we're doing right now, we're talking to the buyer about what they should consider doing their due diligence period. And if they have to sell or lease an existing property before they can buy yours, then they should consider having that closed while we're in due diligence, or be reasonably satisfied that it will close before closing, because there's no contingency for this. So if we get past due diligence and the buyer finds out that the sale of their home isn't going to happen, the buyer's going to have to terminate. If they terminate after due diligence, they lose that earnest money. So we want to try to have that secure, or have them have that as secure as they can while we're still in due diligence. And then where we left each other was talking about the repair and improvement negotiations. Again, always remember, you guys, this property is being sold in its current condition. Isn't that just a nice way to say as is? The seller doesn't have to fix, they don't have to repair, they don't have to change a light bulb if they don't want to. We can always ask. But just remember and prepare your buyers for the chance that the seller might say no. And that is their right. That is absolutely their right under this contract. If they say, no, I'm not fixing anything, then the buyer has learned about the problems. They know the seller's not going to repair anything. So they have a decision to make. Now, knowing what I know, do I want to move forward with or terminate this transaction? If the seller is willing to fix anything, if they're willing to fix anything, another one of the forms we're going to look at is the due diligence request agreement. Once the seller signs that, they are now contractually obligated to do the repairs, the agreed upon repairs. The last thing we said about this is that the agreement to do repairs, we need to be agreed in writing and signed by all parties while we're still in due diligence. The repairs themselves don't have to be done until prior to settlement or whatever arrangements the parties make. So repair improvement negotiations is as far as we got on Thursday. So before we continue, do I have any questions or comments up to this point, talking about the buyer's due diligence process? So continuing on, let's see. Special assessments, how do we find out about it? That's a good question. The seller can help us out. They may know about any special assessments. We may be able to contact the HOA. I'll be honest, some HOAs will talk to the agent. Some HOAs will only talk to the owner. So we may just need to get the seller involved. Listing agents should be having this conversation with sellers when they list it about proposed any special assessments. You know, but if the HOA is not willing to talk to us, then pretty much all we have to rely on is the seller. But we need to show our due diligence where we tried, right? Where we tried to find out that information. And it can start from asking the listing agent, you know, what does your seller know about this? Possibly trying to reach out to the HOA yourself. The worst they can say is, we only talk to owners, you know, but just trying to show that. And remember what we document. So that would be the kind of thing of me trying to do my due diligence on behalf of a buyer. That would definitely be the kind of thing that I want to document. We're going to break down special assessments in a bit because we got the seller's obligations, what the seller's obligations for special assessments are, and then also what the buyer's obligations for special assessments. So we'll see that in a bit. Anything else? Still under the buyer's due diligence. Buyer's obligation to repair damage. This one's always interesting. Buyer shall, at the buyer's expense, promptly repair any damage to the property resulting from any activities of buyers, their agents, and contractors. But buyer shall not be responsible for any damage caused by accepted practices, either approved by the North Carolina Home Inspector Licensure Board or applicable to any other NC licensed professional performing reasonable appraisals, tests, surveys, examinations, and inquiries of the property. This repair obligation shall survive any termination of this contract. So let's go back and break this down a little bit. The first sentence or so is saying that if the buyer or anybody they hire to help them with their inspections or investigations damages the property, the buyer's on the hook for that. They're not going to go after the home inspector. They're going to go after the buyer. What another good reason to make sure that we are recommending good quality home inspectors. People make mistakes, right? Accidents happen, but we don't want some fly-by-night home inspector that doesn't know what they're doing. They're more susceptible to these, damages, to these things caused by the property. So the buyer's on the hook for any repairs to the property, but they're not going to be held accountable for anything approved by the licensure boards to help them do their inspections or investigations. The best example I know about this, and this one makes me laugh every single time I see it. A practice of the home inspector is if they find soft or rotted wood, they will take their big long screwdriver and jam it in the door frame or the windowsill or something and take a picture of that screwdriver sticking out of the windowsill. They didn't damage the property. They're showing you that the property is damaged. If that was good solid wood, they wouldn't be able to jam their screwdriver in there and take a picture of it sticking straight out. Do you see the difference? They didn't damage it. They're showing you as their practice that it's already damaged. And I don't know why that makes me laugh every time, but I'm like, oh, because that's all they do. They jam it and take a picture, and they're saying this is soft or rotted wood and this door frame, windowsill, etc. The last piece of this repair obligation shall survive any termination of this contract, meaning the buyer or their contractor, home inspector, whatever, damages the property, even if the buyer terminates, they are still on the hook for repairing whatever damage that contractor caused. So they're not going to be able to terminate and avoid those liabilities, avoid those responsibilities. So buyer's obligation to repair. The next paragraph, indemnity. If you indemnify somebody, you're holding them harmless. So basically, without getting into the blah, blah, blahs of this provision, basically what this is saying is anything else is not spelled out in the contract, we're going to hold each other. We're going to indemnify each other. We're going to hold each other harmless. We also see this indemnity paragraph for the sellers as well. So pretty much all they can go after each other is what's in the contract. They can't go after anything else. That's what we mean to indemnify. And then we got the buyer's right to terminate. Provided that buyer has delivered any agreed upon due diligence fee, buyer shall have the right to terminate this contract for any reason or no reason by delivering to seller the written notice of the termination during the due diligence period. Time is of the essence. If buyer timely delivers the termination, this contract shall be terminated, and the earnest money deposit shall be refunded to the buyer. Again, that's what they paid for. That's what the due diligence fee pays for, is the buyer's right to terminate for any reason or no reason. They could have a terrifying home inspection report. They literally could wake up the next day and go, nah, I don't want to buy this house for any reason or no reason. That's the buyer's right. That's what they're paying for. All they have to do is provide written notice to the seller. They don't have to tell the seller why they're terminating. They can if they want to, but all they have to do is provide written notice that they are terminating. There are termination forms in our forms library that we can always use to satisfy that written notice. And remember, we got the issue of refunding or giving the earnest money to somebody. So those termination notices will address what's going to happen with the earnest money. And we're going to refresh. We're going to talk again later tonight about what happens if that earnest money is in dispute. Esralee, did you have a question?
So I have a question. What is the time of the due diligence? We are the one that can put the time in the
It's
offer,
completely,
right?
yeah, it's completely negotiable. So our due diligence period
Mhm.
is either going to end on 5 p.m. on this date, a specific date, or a number day period of time.
So we
So
just gotta send,
negotiate that time.
okay, so when we decide terminated the contract or the offer, it will be just, we can do it like for email, text,
Yep,
the
yep,
agent to the agent seller, right? And that's
right.
it.
It does require written notification. Because we're dealing with releasing the earnest money, it is recommended that we use one of the termination forms. Because
Uh,
we have to address who's gonna get the earnest money, and both parties have to agree to release it. So I always say when a form's available, let's just go ahead and use it. That looks a little bit more legit than a text.
So the termination form will be in the same page, in the same stuff that we have in Matrix, right? That we
Yeah,
have
it's in your
available
forms, it's in
for.
your forms library, yeah, so however you
Okay.
get forms from your firm, then you're gonna, those forms will be available through NCAR. Yep,
Okay, thank you, Miss Julie.
of course. The last piece of this section is in all caps and bold, so it's yelling at you boldly. Closing shall constitute acceptance of the property in its then existing condition unless provision is otherwise made in writing. Congratulations, Mr. and Mrs. Buyer. Here are the keys to your brand new home. The house and all its problems are now yours. Congratulations. That's what we're saying, right? By closing, by going to the attorney's office and signing that paperwork, by accepting closing, the buyer is agreeing to the property in its then existing condition. This is why the final walkthrough is so important. There's Cheryl. We can see her now. Hi. This is why the final walkthrough is so important, because the buyer needs to know what it is that they're accepting. And if we don't do the final walkthrough, I mean, I try to do it like on my way to the closing attorney's office. We want to see it as close to settlement as we can. If the buyer, let's say we've never seen this home vacant, we definitely want to see it before we agree to anything, right? What if we're seeing this home vacant for the first time on our way to settlement? And we learn at that moment the reason that there have been two pictures here is because there's two big old holes behind these pictures. The buyer's pretty much got a choice. You either go to closing and accept it in its existing condition, or we figure out something else. We call the listing agent and we figure out plan B. Probably the common question I get. What if? What if there's damage to the property? What if there's a bunch of trash or debris or personal property still in the home? If the buyer signs, they have accepted it. If they don't sign, we'll figure it out. We're on our way to sit in front of a closing attorney anyway that can draft something up for us if we need to. We're going to talk about things like buyer possession before closing, seller possession after closing. We might be able to have attorney draft something up saying the seller's got to come back and clean that stuff up. But what I'm telling you guys is do not tell your buyer to sign and then deal with it. We need to deal with it and then sign. Because what does it say? What does the contract say? Have y'all written that down yet? What does the contract say? The contract says closing shall constitute acceptance of the property in its then existing condition. Yes, ma'am.
In that type of situation, would you need to like take video or something to take with you to the closing to prove it?
Oh, I would definitely. Because the sellers are going to think differently than the buyers, right? Like, oh, what's the big deal? They can take that trash out the next trash day. Maybe the buyer doesn't want to mess with somebody else's trash, So if we have pictures, if we have video, that's your documentation, and you have a date and time stamp as well. So you can say, look, I was just here this morning and we came across that. I think sometimes sellers think that they're leaving buyers gifts, basically things that they don't want to move. Oh, we'll just leave it for the buyer. We'll leave them a gift. The grill. The grill is probably one of those big things. The sellers, now it's moving day and the sellers don't want to mess with the grill. So you know what? We'll just leave the grill. This is what I know. If the buyer wanted the grill, they would have asked for it when we presented the offer 4, 5, 6 weeks ago. Otherwise, to the buyer, that's just trash. Maybe your buyer doesn't mind walking it to the curb for the next trash day. Maybe they don't want to mess with it. They have a decision to make. I helped a friend of mine buy a house a couple years ago, and we only saw the home occupied up until the morning of closing. The people moved out like the night before. So any other time we've been in there is occupied. You know, you start seeing boxes and totes and that kind of thing. The morning of settlement was the first time that we ever saw this home vacant. So we were looking very closely at things that we couldn't have seen up until that point. You know, guys, we can't go around a home touching the seller's stuff. So it's not like we can go take pictures off a wall and see if there's a hole back here, right? We can't touch their stuff. So my friend and I were doing the final walkthrough. Well, they had the attic, and they had like the pull down stairs in the hall that kind of fold out, you know, lay down. So my friend popped her head up in the attic because, I mean, we knew that there was stuff up there. So she just wanted to make sure that they got everything. So my friend popped her head up in the attic, and guess what? None of that stuff in the attic had been touched. It was all still there. So I called the listing agent. I said, hey, what about the stuff in the attic? And she said, well, it's not their stuff. Well, somebody's got to come get their stuff, you know? And she said, I don't know who. Come to find out, short story long, come to find out, it was there when these sellers bought it, and they didn't know about it. They owned this house for about 7 years. And at that moment, I learned that in that 7 years, they never once poked their head up in the attic. So you know what? It was theirs, because when they bought it, they got it in its then existing condition. So it absolutely was theirs. And she said, well, we don't want it. They don't want it. And I looked at my friend. I said, you want it? I don't know. There might be treasures up there. You want to go see? She was like, nope, I got enough of my own stuff. I don't want to mess with somebody else's stuff. Fair enough. Sellers and the listing agent came back and got it out because we weren't going to sign accepting the stuff. We wanted the stuff out. If we wanted the stuff in the attic, then we would negotiate it as personal property. Does that make sense? And they showed up to settlement. They were all a little, you know, sweaty because they'd been up and down those attic stairs getting all that stuff out. My friend and I went to breakfast. You know, we were done. We caused enough, you know, enough commotion. Come on, let's go get some breakfast. This is probably one of the more important sentences in this contract, because the buyer needs to understand what it is they're signing. Again, don't tell them to sign and then we'll deal with it. Deal with it and then sign. And like I said, we're on our way to the attorney's office. So if they come up with any kind of outside agreement of when to take care of it, we're sitting in front of an attorney now that can draft something up for the parties to sign. Thoughts or comments on that? Remember, you guys, always tell them to have a plan B. We never know what might come up. We never know when to expect a delay. Especially for your buyers in this case. You know, there's not much that makes me more nervous than a buyer rolling up to the attorney's office in the U-Haul truck. Where are they going to go as soon as that deed records? They're going to go start moving in, right? And if they don't have a plan B, they're almost forcing them to accept this property in its existing condition, because where are they going to go? So please have them have a plan B. So 4 was the buyer's due diligence. 4, 5, and 6 are all about the buyers. So 4 was the buyer's due diligence. 5 is the buyer's representations. These are representations that the buyer's making to the seller. The seller should be able to rely on this information when deciding if they want to accept an offer from this buyer. So the first thing they need to represent is how are they going to pay for the house, the funds to complete the purchase. We got a couple options here. The first option is cash buyers. Buyer intends to pay cash in order to purchase the property, does not intend to obtain a loan or funds from the source. Verification of cash is available for settlement is or is not attached. The blue note then says, if the buyer does not intend to obtain a loan, seller is advised prior to signing this offer to obtain documentation from buyer which demonstrates that they will be able to close without getting a loan. In other words, the seller should be very encouraged to see the buyer's proof of funds. Their bank will draft up a proof of funds letter. I don't need to know every penny you have in your bank account. Please don't send me a screenshot of your bank account. Call your banker, request a proof of funds. They can send us saying something that, you know, the buyer has X amount in their account. That X amount needs to cover the purchase price and closing costs, investigations, that kind of thing. The seller needs to know that they can swing this, that they can afford it. If it's not a cash buyer, then we're looking at loan or other funds. Buyer intends to obtain a loan in order to purchase the property. And in addition to the pre-approval letter from the lender, we also want some information on the loan. So what type of loan is it? FHA, VA? If we're using FHA or VA, we're instructed to attach the FHA, VA financing addendum, conventional loan, USDA or others, in the principal amount of X amount. They may be getting a second loan. You may have buyer getting, for example, a down payment assistant program where they're getting like a conventional loan and then the down payment assistant program. So we just want to disclose first mortgage, second mortgage, and other. So the seller, again, we're trying to prove to the seller that a lender, we've had a conversation with the lender and we have a pre-approval and they agree that we've made it this far. Remembering we never get final approval until days before settlement. But what the best thing we have to rely on right now is a pre-approval or a pre-qualification. Buyer's obligations under this contract are not conditioned upon obtaining a loan. Another reminder that there is no loan contingency or other funds from sources other than the buyer's own assets. Some mortgage loan programs and other programs providing funds for the purchase selected by the buyer may impose repair obligations or additional conditions or costs upon the seller. More information may be needed. Material changes with respect to funding that affect the terms of this contract are material facts that must be disclosed. Sometimes buyers switch loan products when we're under contract. They may start conventional and then decide they want to switch to FHA. We have to disclose that. We have to know, because what we're not doing anymore is a conventional. Now we're going to do an FHA, for example. And same thing back to, I think we said last week that the VA requires the pest inspection, but they're not going to let the buyer pay for it. So we're going to look at our FHA VA financing addendum that addresses that. But same thing with those down payment assistant programs. The seller may have to pay some kind of fee or something, in which case we just need to let them know about that. So the first buyer representation is, how are you going to afford to buy the house? How are you going to pay for this property that you want to buy? Yeah.
What if the buyer has to have the loan? And like that instruction says that there's no buyer's contingency, that do they need to get another form to negotiate with the seller, or?
No, that's just reminding us that there is no loan contingency. So basically, if you don't get loan approval, you can't purchase this property. Hopefully Grace is buyer's agents. We're finding this out while we're in due diligence. So now we got to terminate. At least we could do is get our buyer their earnest money back. If we find out 2 days before closing that we're not going to get loan approval, we're out of due diligence, we terminate, buyer loses their earnest money.
Okay. Thank you.
Of course. You guys are good. There's no loan. That pre-approval, pre-qualification is no guarantee. It just says they talked to a lender's picked up their calculator, crunched some numbers. They don't start the, remember we talked about our loan application process. They don't actually start that until we have information about the property, until we're under contract. So the best and the only thing we have to rely on right now is what a lender says. Another thing the buyer needs to represent to the seller is whether or not they do or do not have to sell or lease other property in order to qualify for a new loan or complete this purchase. Then we're told to complete the following only if the buyer does have to sell or lease. So if you say other property buyer does not, then you don't have anything else to do here. If the buyer does have to sell or lease, again, I'm not creating a contingency. We're just giving this information to the seller. We're letting the seller know that they have a property to sell or lease in order to purchase their own. If there is, then we're going to put that other property address. What is the property that the buyer is selling? Our first checkbox there, buyer's other property is under contract, and a copy of the contract has either been previously provided or accompanies this offer. We're told here that we can mark out any confidential information such as purchase price, buyer's identity, etc. So we can whip out our Sharpie and cross out some confidential information. But the seller is going to feel more comfortable if they see a legitimate bona fide offer, as opposed to the buyer stranger saying, oh yeah, I'm under contract. This allows them to see that actual offer. Failure to provide a copy of the contract shall not prevent this offer from becoming a contract. However, all caps, seller is strongly encouraged to obtain and review the contract on buyer's property prior to accepting this offer. Again, there's still no guarantee, and we're not creating a contingency, but at least we're saying, hey, we're under contract. You know, this is what we have so far. Does the seller have to accept this offer? No, seller doesn't have to accept any offer that they don't want to. So if this makes the seller nervous, then let's just say this isn't their buyer, right? If they're not comfortable with this, they have a decision. They have a choice to make. The buyer's just representing this to them. Our other option here, buyer's other property is not under contract as of the date of this offer, buyer's property, and now we're told to check only one of the following options. It's either listed and actively marketed by a broker, it will be listed and actively marketed by a broker, or they're attempting to go without assistance, i.e. they're going for sale by owner. So if we're not under contract, where are we? Are we listed? Are we getting ready to list? Again, that's important to the seller, right? Because we're going to want to know this stuff when they're trying to decide to accept this offer. The blue note here reminds us, this contract is not conditioned upon the sale or lease of buyer's other property. If the parties agree to make this contract conditioned on a sale or lease of other property, an appropriate contingency addendum shall be drafted by a North Carolina real estate attorney and added to this contract. We no longer have a contingency addendum. We used to, but it retired 3-4 years ago. And I think that's important for you guys to know, because if you come across that old form, it's retired. It no longer exists. The forms committee do away with it. So what does the contract say? If we're going to agree to have this as a contingency, then let's have an attorney draft up a contingency addendum.
How long does that take, Julie? I mean, is that an exception about having contingencies?
I mean, this is why we want to have a good relationship with a closing attorney, right? So you can, I want one of those on speed dial. So I call them up, and I'm sure they got something drafted and ready to go. It's just a matter of, plugging in the information. If you don't have a relationship, then like form one really quick, because there is perks, there is benefits. We might be able to say this is coming, but if the seller gets another offer, there's no guarantee that they'll wait for the attorney, because the seller can accept any offer at any time. If they want to wait, and it might depend on the market. It might depend on where the seller is, but I could definitely see this. I hate to say slow us down, but it could definitely slow things down, this process, because now we have to go to an attorney.
Do you happen to know why they went that way? Because like in other states, they have a standard form for this kind of contingency.
I don't know why they retired that form, because it was used. I mean, I used it, and it was used on the regular. And then one update on the forms one year, they said no more. So I don't know why they did away with it. I wonder, Tim, because let's face it, we haven't seen much contingencies in the last couple years. I mean, think about it. The seller has 30 offers on the table, and one of them has a contingency. Psh, that was easy, But I
Mhm.
wonder if, as we don't start swinging back into a buyer's market, when the buyers are in control again, if we don't maybe see the
I'm
form come back.
I'm sensing that now too in the market. It seems like there's a lot more contingent upon sale of home. That's why.
Contingencies are coming back. Yep.
Mhm.
Yep. So it might be that they unretire. I'm not sure what the official legal term is for that, but let's just say unretire the form. I don't know, but yeah, I think a lot of us were shocked that they did away with it. I know one thing. I remember one thing that form did is it protected the buyer's earnest money if they have to terminate because the sale of their home didn't go through. So, they're still out, home inspection, appraisal, all that, but at least we could get their earnest money back, even if we were outside of due diligence. So that was one thing. I remember that it did. I'd be interested to see what happens in this market. Like you said, we're already starting to see that come back. So I'll be interested to see what happens as this market adjusts.
Sorry, one last thing then. Does it work the other way as well if the seller is contingent on the seller finding a home?
They can. We
Okay.
can definitely draft that up. And we were seeing that a lot in the crazy sellers market, because, everybody was telling the sellers to sell, you can capitalize and get all your equity. And this is the best time to sell. But the problem was, what were they going to buy? I mean, low inventory, So I'm not gonna say we were pushing them out the door, but in some cases we were pushing them out the door, but we didn't have anywhere for them to go. But see, a couple years ago, the seller was in total control, 125% control. So if they wanted a contingency, buyers were jumping on that. Are you still seeing that where sellers getting time?
No, I'm seeing it more as a buyer's market, but I know you told me not to talk about other markets, but I haven't had much experience in North Carolina yet, but just speaking California and Tennessee, they're both more buyer markets now.
Gotcha. So coming soon to North Carolina, guys, I think California usually does go first. They're kind of like the pioneers on like everything, so sounds like they're all ready. And we'll probably see it here as well. It's all a big pendulum, and it's always going to come back. That thing never stops. Never ever stops. Sometimes it's faster than others, sometimes it's deeper than others. But at the end of the day, real estate is a market, and it's just a big pendulum that just keeps swinging back and forth. Buyer market, seller market, buyer market, seller market. Performance of buyer's financial obligations. To the best of the buyer's knowledge, there are no other circumstances or conditions existing as of the date of this offer that would prohibit buyer from performing buyer's financial obligations in accordance with this contract, except as it may be specifically set forth herein. If the buyer's facing bankruptcy, or they're in bankruptcy. That may be something that could affect their ability to get this loan. So that's something that they should provide to the seller. You know, the lender may say, your approval is contingent on what happens in this bankruptcy hearing or something, you know? So that would definitely be something else that could affect their financial obligations. Then the seller's got to make some representations about the RPOs and the MOG. So let's start with the RPOs. Again, remember, the buyer's just making representations to the seller. So with the RPOs, buyer has received a signed copy of the RPOs prior to making this offer and acknowledges compliance with this North Carolina general statute. Buyer has not received a signed copy of the RPOs prior to make this offer and shall have the right to terminate or withdraw this contract without penalty. That includes your earnest money and a refund of your due diligence fee prior to whichever the following events occur first. The end of the third calendar day following receipt of the disclosure, the end of the third calendar day following the effective date, or settlement or occupancy by the buyer in case of a sale or exchange. The majority of the time, 99.5% of the time, buyer's agents, when you go into the MLS to look a listing up for your buyer, the RPOs and the MOG are going to be attached. So most of the times we can look at these before we ever show the property. We definitely have them when we're ready to make the offer. Just don't forget to download it and include it in your offer paperwork. Your buyer's got to sign it. So the majority of the time, we're going to select that first box. The buyer has received a copy of this, but you got the rare occasion where it's not available in MLS for whatever reason, or we don't have it available, in which case the buyer has the right to terminate for failure to receive it. Remember, this is a seller disclosure. This is a mandatory form with optional disclosure. And what we mean by optional disclosure is the seller has the right to say no representation, caveat emptor. They don't have to disclose much. If the buyer hasn't received it, either within the third calendar day of the effective date or the third calendar day following receipt, that's their timeline to terminate, if they wish, their timeline to terminate for failure of receipt. If settlement or occupancy has already happened, I mean, what if it's a tenant that's been in place for 12 years? The RPOs is kind of null and void. Let's face it, the tenant knows more about the property at this point than the owner, right? So there's not much the owner can disclose to the tenant that's been living there. And that's what that third one is addressing. Our third option there is this is exempt from the RPOs because, and then we're instructed to see the guidelines. The guidelines to complete the offer to purchase and contract give us reasons that the RPOs might be exempt. So for example, new construction, or if I may word that differently, never before lived in dwelling. If nobody's ever lived there, nobody can disclose anything. Other examples might be like a foreclosure, right? If the bank's taking the property or selling the property, that kind of thing. So if it's exempt, the guidelines will spell out those reasons that it is exempt. And then we go through that same little exercise with the MOG. The buyer represents that they've received it. They have not received it, in which case they have the right to terminate, or it's exempt. The MOG is not exempt from new construction. We need a MOG for new construction. A MOG would be exempt. Sale of vacant land, for example, would be an exemption for the MOG. Foreclosure would be another reason. Again, that note there is to remind us to actually go get the guidelines, look at the guidelines and see the reasons why that might be exempt. buyer's receipt of a mineral and oil and gas rights mandatory disclosure statement does not modify or limit the obligations of the seller under this paragraph or the future paragraph, and shall not constitute the assumption or approval by buyer of any severance of mineral and oil or gas rights, except as may be assumed or specifically approved by the buyer in writing. And then the blue note, when it comes to the MOG, the parties are advised to consult with a North Carolina attorney prior to signing this contract if severance of mineral and or gas rights has occurred. So the buyer needs to talk to their attorney if the seller says that they have severed the mineral or oil or gas rights, or if they intend to. Severance of subsurface rights is a very legal matter. So just reminding us to turn this over to a North Carolina attorney. Questions on the buyer representations, the things that the buyer needs to represent to the seller. Seller should rely on it for accuracy. Cheryl P., where are you? I'm just curious. Where's your, no, I see you, but like.
I'm in Charlotte, North Carolina.
You're in Charlotte. Cheryl
Yeah.
just said she's got some storms coming through. So I think all of us here in the triad especially are starting to get something. So at least we're all inside. We're not out driving in this mess as it comes through. But always everybody just be careful. You're on mute.
I was jumped like this because it was thundering and lightning. It was so loud. I was like, oh my God.
Was it a house rattling thunder?
Oh, yeah, practically. I thought, oh my gosh. I'm thinking, please don't lose power.
Oh yeah. If you do, Cheryl, anybody, if you guys lose power or whatever, just get back on your phones if you can. I'm okay with you getting on your phones for, days like this. Grace?
I was gonna look at the radar. I think it's moving on because it's kind of quieted down. So.
Good,
Oh, good.
good.
Just a quick question on 5D.
Uh-huh.
Our code statement that is our responsibility to download and get it signed.
So listing agents are going to take care of this with a seller when we're doing the listing paperwork.
Okay.
And listing agents need to make this available to the buyers somehow. They don't specify how we get it to the buyer. MLS is the most common way to get it to them. But Grace, that's a great point that you bring up. What if you're a buyer's agent and your buyer decides to go after a for sale by owner? That FSBO may or may not know if they have to do an RPOS, right? Even though they're an FSBO, they're still required under this North Carolina general statute to do the disclosure. So as a buyer's agent, you might be downloading this and handing this to that for sale by owner and saying, you've got to complete this, otherwise the buyer may choose to walk if they wish.
Thank you.
Of course. They'll say both agents have a duty to ensure that the buyer gets this. Anything else on our buyer representations? All right, we're close enough to break time before we start a new section. Let's go ahead and take 10. When we come back, we keep trucking away at our offer to purchase and contract. The last section that is specifically for the buyers are the buyer's obligations. What are their obligations under the terms of these contracts? So first off, we're going to address the buyer's responsibility for special assessments. Buyer's going to take titles subject to special assessments that may be approved following settlement. So anything that's approved following settlement is going to be the buyer's responsibility for when it's approved. If it's pending, maybe the seller knows about it. If it's on the table for discussion, maybe the seller knows about it and they can disclose that to the buyer. But if they don't know, they can't disclose. We'll see the seller's responsibility for special assessments in just a second. And it's not going to surprise us that the seller is going to be responsible for paying for all special assessments that are approved prior to settlement. So with special assessments, the easiest way I know to remember this, whomever owns it when it's approved, they're the ones that'll be on the hook for it. So in the buyer's case, even if it's pending, maybe we know about it, maybe we don't, but they will be responsible for anything that's approved following settlement. Responsibility for certain costs. Buyer will be responsible for all costs with respect to there's getting their loan, any charges by an owner's association. We're going to see that in just a second as well. They're responsible for the cost of the appraisal, the title search, the title insurance, any fees charged by the closing attorney for preparing the closing disclosures and other settlement statements. They're going to pay for recording the deed. And then they're going to pay for preparation and recording of all instruments required to secure the purchase price on paid at settlement. So think of like the loan amount, the deed of trust, that kind of thing. I know we mentioned last week that the contract, how do we know who pays for what? Because oftentimes the contract tells us. So it specifically spells out the things that the buyer is responsible for. You guys got that little cheat sheet for me? I didn't make that up. I just pulled it out of the contract and our, what do I say? The customary practice. That's what it was, part of the contract and customary practice, and provided that for you guys to keep it in one neat little place. Authorization to disclose information. Basically, what this is saying is that the buyer gives permission to the lender, the agents, the closing attorney, whomever, whenever we need to share a copy of this contract with somebody for them to do their job, we already have the permission to do so. So remember, buyer's agents, like the moment we go under contract, you have acceptance, communication of acceptance. Congratulations, you're under contract. Buyer's agents, I need you to get that signed contract immediately to the lender so they can start doing their thing. And the next email is going to be to sending that signed contract to the attorney. We don't have to ask the buyer if it's okay to do that. We already have permission. The lender sends the contract to the appraiser, so they have it to review. Again, we don't have to get their special permission. We already have authorization to do that. Now, this isn't anybody. This is those that help us in the closing process. Questions on the buyer's obligations. If 4, 5, and 6 are all about the buyers, then that means, I'm sorry. Yeah, 4, 5, and 6 are all about the buyers. Then that means 7 and 8 are all about the sellers. Listing agents, when you're reviewing the sample contract with your sellers, these are the 7 and 8 are the ones that are just specific to them. So 7 is the seller representation. Same thing with the buyer representation. The buyer should be able to rely on this information when deciding if they want to enter into a legally binding contract with the seller. So what are some things that the seller has to represent to the buyer? Well, first up, We're gonna represent our ownership, how long the sellers own the property. They've owned it for at least 1 year, they've owned it for less than a year, or they do not yet own the property. Some lenders, not all lenders, some lenders, some loan products care if they've owned it for less than a year. So part of this information is for lending purposes to provide it to them. Some taxing authorities may care if the sellers owned it for less than a year. All the seller's doing is saying, hey, this is how long I've owned the property. Who is the seller that typically owns it for less than a year? Not always, but typically owns it for less than a year. Who is that seller?
Investors?
Flipper.
Investors, flippers, exactly. They're going to have it for 4 or 6 months, however long it takes them to turn around. Again, some lenders care about whether or not it's a flip. Some products care about whether or not it's an investment property. So we just want to disclose that information. The seller that does not yet own the property, yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna ask that question. What? Thank
So
you.
yeah, of course. So the seller that does not yet own the property, I got a couple examples that you might see. I've not had personal experience, so if you guys have others, I'd love to hear them. But one seller that may not yet own the property, what if the seller has hired the builder to build them a new house? The builder may purchase the property, right, tear it down, and then build them a new one and sell it as one package deal, property and the new construction, the new house. So in that case, it might be that the builder doesn't own it yet, but they're still in the process of getting it yet, meaning it just hasn't happened yet. It will or probably will. I think another example is something that we're starting to see more and more and more of. This could pertain to the wholesalers. Wholesalers are, there's no North Carolina Real Estate Commission definition of wholesalers. And right now people are out there kind of doing their own thing. I wouldn't be surprised one time if they don't get cracked down on, or at least defined on what they can and can't do. But the wholesaler, it's like Costco. They buy, a whole bunch of house and then sell it, all at once, kind of in that under market or whatever value. So it could be that the wholesaler, again, is in the process of buying multiple properties to turn around and sell that. They just don't have the deed in their name yet. We're in process. Do you think a lender is this is gonna raise a flag for a lender does not yet own the property? Absolutely. So buyer's agents, we may need to get with a listing agent if this is selected. We get this information straight from MLS. So when you're filling in this offer and you look at MLS, it's going to tell you the seller's ownership. And that may throw a flag for us. So it might just be worth calling the lender and seeing if they're okay with that. If they need more information, we can help them get that before we commit our buyer, right, in a contract. So sometimes trying to get information before we present the offer or before the contract is formed.
Hey, Julie.
Yeah.
Hey, I wanted to give everybody, like, I guess, a heads up. We went through the wholesaler on, I guess, the buy-in end of it, and it was a nightmare.
Oh, I'm
It was
sorry.
a nightmare. Well, I was just gonna say, make sure that because like we went, it was whenever the market was just like heavy seller, and we put a offer in on this property without even going inside it. Like, we were standing outside. It was like had been on the market 4 hours, and we were just like, boom, gotta get it, and so the guy, he had never even laid eyes on the property. He cold calls is what he does. And I think gets on the registered deeds and tax sales and everything, commissioner sales, and calls around. And he had got this property, never laid eyes on it. And then through, I think it's called assignment of deed, I think, he was able to make, quite a bit of money from Georgia. and never leaving. But what I was going to say was, we made the offer. He accepted it verbally, but never sent the signed contract back. Okay, well, overnight he said that he got multiple, more offers, and that in order for him to keep the contract, that we were going to have to give him X amount more dollars. And so where we didn't have a signed contract, his signature in our hand,
Money.
Yep.
Right.
And so we had to give him $3,000 more dollars after he had already accepted the offer, like verbally over the phone. And he was able to get away with it. But we were like, okay, you have to send that signed back to us before we accept. Or,
Yeah.
but yeah, but yeah,
Right.
it was a nightmare.
And Sean, I appreciate you sharing that with us. And I don't want, I mean, they're not all bad, right? There's some bad eggs
Right.
out there, but the problem right now is there are no regulations or guidelines for wholesalers. So because it's new, right? And the law takes time to catch up with current trends, that kind of thing. Until the commission comes out and says, this is what wholesalers, this is what they need to do, then they're pretty much free to do that, Shauna. They're pretty much free to do what they want to do. So I would suspect something on wholesalers soon. I don't know when, but especially as that trend starts to increase, I would expect something. Some of you may have had to take CE this year. You know, you get your first renewal, you're free, but some of you may have had to take CE this year. And wholesalers was a very small blurb in the update courses this year, just kind of introducing agents to them and the different ways in which they can work. I think we got some out there calling themselves a wholesaler, but they're not working as a wholesaler, right? So until we have a clear definition of these things, I think we're going to hear more and more cases about Shauna's story. Don't give me names, but may I ask, was that seller licensed, or was he or she unlicensed, real estate license?
I think that he was unlicensed from Georgia. And whenever I done some like social media stalking, because like I was so mad, I was getting ready to show up at his house, found out where anyway. He actually educates and teaches people on how to do this.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
See, he's providing
Yeah.
us, and see, that's what the commission needs to, because if you're providing a service, do you need a license to do this? And I think that's might be one of the bigger questions on the table right now, because if wholesaling it, you're doing it, yeah, you're making something in between, but you're providing a service for others. If you're teaching, if you're educating, you're providing a service, and that may be y'all hear me say like may, right? Because I don't know, but that may be what they crack down on, is if you want to provide that service of wholesaling, you got to get licensed, and guess what? You got to follow the same thing the rest of us does. That very well may be where they're headed. I don't know, but I really do feel that we can expect to see more on the wholesaler coming out in the near future. So, you know, this is why we have stuff like continuing education, so we can stay on top of this and informed. So thank you, Shauna, for telling us that. I'm so sorry you guys had it. Did you buy that? Did it close? Did you buy the house? Did you get it?
Yes, we did, and we flipped it and done well on it. But it was just, it took way longer because of all. Yes, yeah, it cost us money, but because it, like, we would have made more money on it if it wouldn't have been
through all that.
This guy.
And unfortunately, because he's unlicensed, there is absolutely nothing the real estate commission can do about him at this point, which is why they may start requiring licensure. Any kind of service like that you're providing, that if I had a crystal ball, that's what I would predict, but I don't know what they're going to come up with. But I think they need to do something, because we're hearing more and more stories like Shauna's.
I hope so.
Okay, so ownership, then we got lead-based paint, anything built prior to 1978. Guess what? Once you get out of post licensing, you no longer need to memorize that date. We just need you to know that date to get you through your post licensing exams. After that, you got it right there on the form for you, so you don't have to memorize it. You can just look at the form to know 1978, but I also know that that year is embedded in our brains, thanks to pre-licensing, like forever, you know, so property is residential, is built prior to 1978. Again, the contract does a really good job. When the need to use an addenda comes up, the contract lets us know. So if it's built prior to 1978, then we're going to attach lead-based paint or lead-based paint hazard disclosure addendum. That's another one that we will look at. Red warning. If a lead-based paint disclosure is required but not given to the buyer prior to seller's acceptance of this offer, buyer may not be obligated to purchase a property under this contract under federal law. Remember, lead-based paint stuff is federal, so it's like national. I always say with lead-based paint, the best place to start is the EPA's booklet on how to protect your family from lead in the home. There's also the EPA's, they probably have a whole tab on lead. So don't forget about the EPA's website. I think that would be a great place to start if we need to know more about that. Where are we? Seller representation. Owners association and dues. Seller authorizes and directs any owners association, any management company of the owners association, insurance company, attorney who has previously represented the seller to release the buyer accurate copies of the following affecting the property, including any amendments. So here's, you know, our declaration of covenants, rules and regulations, bylaws, et cetera, architectural guidelines. Basically, we're asking the seller, anything you have about the owners association, help us out, turn it over. Guess what? This exact same list, word for word, also shows up in our listing agreement. So that allows us to have these conversations with sellers early on. We know a good buyer's agent's going to ask for this stuff. So let's go ahead and start gathering it. So when a buyer does come forward, we'll have this information ready to share. Then we're going to specify the name of the association. You see here, I got a place for 2 associations. So who is the name of the homeowners association? Their regular dues right now are X amount per, is it per month? Is it per quarter? Is it per year? Is it semi-annually? However the dues are paid. The name and address and telephone number of the owners association or the association manager is. So what's the contact information? And then the association's website, if any. So again, if we need to get in touch with the HOA, providing that information. And then we go through that same little exercise again. Some places may have 2 HOAs. For example, some may have a mandatory HOA for the grounds and then an optional HOA for the pool, right? So there may be 2 different HOAs, there may be 2 different things going on. All the seller is doing is representing to the buyer, these are the HOAs, this is their information. Fuel tanks, a lot to say about fuel tanks. To the best of the seller's knowledge, there is or is not a fuel tank located on the property. We're told if yes, complete the following. If there's not, nothing else to do here, move on. So if there is, first thing we're going to do is describe the tank. We have the option to describe 2 tanks. If there's more, then we just need to include a piece of paper with that additional information. So tank 1 is currently in use or not in use. That tank is owned or leased. If it's leased, who is that contact information? Who do you call to fill it or service it? Is it located above ground or below ground? What type of fuel is in it? And then the name and contact information of the fuel vendor. We go through that same little exercise for tank 2. Then we're told the tank or tanks are included in the sale. Buyer and seller agree that any tank described above that is owned by the seller shall be included in the sale as part of the purchase price free of liens, unless excluded in paragraph 2E above, And as a refresher, 2E above is our fixture exclusions. So if for some reason the seller, if it's leased or not owned, the seller can't convey what's not theirs. If they're not going to convey it, if it's going to not be included in the sale and it's owned, then we're going to make sure we exclude it in the fixtures. As far as the fuel goes, seller may use fuel in the tank described above through settlement, but may not otherwise remove the fuel or resell it. Any fuel remaining in the tank shall be included in the sale as part of the purchase price, free of liens. Seller's use of fuel in any fuel tank is subject to seller's obligation under paragraph 8C below to provide working existing utilities through the earlier closing or possession by buyer. We'll see that in a second. Would it surprise you guys? Nothing surprises us anymore. Isn't that how we started this class, saying nothing surprises us anymore? Would it surprise you guys if this right here has caused buyers and sellers to go to court fighting over fuel? So why is it in our contract? Because we're trying to keep people out of court. It used to be buyers and sellers would haggle over the remaining fuel, and the sellers wanted to take it with them, or they thought the buyer should pay them extra. You know, I just paid $700 2 months ago to fill this thing up. Are you telling me I'm not going to get my money back? Well, this is what we're now saying. If that $700 is not important to you, then tack it on a purchase price, right? Tack it on the list price, include as part of the offer or the negotiation. So the seller feels that they got their money back for all that fuel that they're not going to use. That's why it's there. We're trying to keep more people out of court over fuel. Couple blue notes here. Buyers shall be entitled to conduct inspections to confirm the existence, type, and ownership of any fuel tank located on the property. Buyers advised to consult with the owner of any leased fuel tank regarding the terms under which buyer may lease the tank and obtain fuel. So if it's leased, we might be able to transfer it from seller to buyer at closing. The question is, just call the company that's leasing it and saying, you know, can we keep this? Do we need to, you know, what do we need to do? And then the other blue note, this again is here for a reason. State law provides it is unlawful for any person other than the supplier of the owner of the fuel supply tank to disconnect, interrupt, or fill the supply tank with liquefied petroleum gas without the consent of the supplier. So the seller can't go out there with their bag and try to take their fuel with them. We can't have them messing with it. It's in the contract. What does the contract say? As part of the buyer's due diligence, they may want to consider, as we're saying, having that fuel tank inspected. Certainly suggest that to them. We can always reach out to the fuel company. They may want to come out and look at it. But if that's something the buyer, especially if it's in use, the buyer may want more information because that's important to know how your house is going to get heated, for example, right? I got to give the forms committee a major prop. Probably about 2 or 3 years ago, they redid this section. Guys, I'm not kidding. Once upon a time ago, it used to be that fuel was talked about in 4 or 5 different places in the contract. It was here and here and here. It was all over the place. So 4 or 5 years ago, they put it in this nice, neat little package. So everything we need to know about fuel is in one place. Thank you, Forms Committee. Last representation the seller makes to the buyer is about leases. Property is or is not subject to any leases. If the property is subject to a lease, buyer and seller should include either the rental income investment property provisions of the additional provisions addendum that we'll look at, or the vacation rental addendum. We'll talk about that with this offer. So if there's a lease, may that be a tenant is in place with an existing lease, or it's a vacation property, or there's reservations. There's people booked year, sometimes 2 or 3 in advance. We're instructed to use an additional form to make sure buyer and seller are getting that information. Getting and receiving. Questions on the seller's representations, what they're representing to the buyer.
Just one quick question, what Shana has shared about the wholesaler. Are they investors or who are they? Or,
I would say mostly investors. I would say, gathered a bunch of properties, turn around selling them. So they're, they may not even be touching them, like Shauna said, they may not even see them. But if you can buy a whole bunch and then turn around and sell them at a profit, mark it up a bit, or in Shauna's case, a lot, and then turn around, but they're not necessarily flippers. They're
okay,
just more of, buy to turn around and sell.
thank you.
They're pretty much acting like a mortgage broker, right? They're connecting sellers to buyers, but they're not brokers. They're making, again, in some cases, some good dough. Then we have seller's obligations. What are the seller's obligations under this contract? Well, probably the seller's biggest obligation is to provide evidence of title, payoff statement, and non-foreign status. Seller agrees to use best efforts to provide to the closing attorney as soon as reasonably possible after the effective date, copies of all title information in possession of or available to the seller, including but not limited to. And then there's a laundry list of things that the attorney may request. Remember, the closing attorney's responsibility is to provide their buyer client with a clear marketable title. So in doing this research and doing this investigation, they may have to go to the seller for evidence of these things, for their documentations. So the seller's agreeing here to work with the closing attorney so they can do what they need to do to make sure they're passing that clear marketable title. Seller also needs to provide to the closing attorney all information needed to obtain a written payoff statement from the lender regarding any security interest in the property as soon as reasonably possible after the effective date. And seller designates the closing attorney as seller's agent with express authority to request and obtain on seller's behalf payoff statements and or short pay statements from any such lender. At some point in the contract to closing process, the attorney has to reach out to the seller's lender or lenders and get a payoff amount. And that payoff amount is going to calculate taxes and interest and insurance and everything to the day of closing. But we got to know to the penny how much the seller owes their lender in order to pay that off. Generally, the attorney will reach out directly to the seller's lender, which they have permission to do so here. In all my years, I've had one attorney threw me off guard. He called me up and he said, I was a listing agent. He said, what's your seller's payoff? And I was like, I don't know. I have an approximate balance. He was like, well, you guys need to call the lender and find that out. And I was like, cool, we'll get on it. Every other transaction I've had, the attorney has reached out directly to the lender. So again, that's what that's addressing. Maybe they'll do it on the seller's behalf. I wouldn't think that this was something that comes, because like I said, I only had that one. It really caught me off guard. I was like, all right, we'll get right on that. We'll get you a payoff amount to the penny as of the date of closing. If closing gets delayed a day, that's going to change the payoff amount because the seller now owes, an extra day of mortgage, an extra day of insurance, an extra day of taxes. So they may need to get recalculated. But either way, the attorney needs it as of the date of closing. Still under seller's obligations, as soon as reasonably possible after the effective date, seller shall provide to the closing attorney all information needed to obtain a written statement of seller's account from any owners association or HOA management company. Seller designates the closing attorney as their agent with express authority to request and obtain seller's behalf a written statement of their account of the property. Upon request from the closing attorney, seller shall immediately pay any fees charged by the owners association or management company for such written statement. So again, just getting everything finalized and paid off, that's what it is, paid off to the day of closing. So the seller can clear all those liens, can pay all those bills, can handle everything. And then the attorney can pass clear marketable title. I do have another section in here that addresses specifically the seller's and the buyer's responsibilities for the HOA. So we'll see that in just a second. But this is pretty much just the seller giving the attorney permission to gather this information, pay it off on their behalf, that kind of thing. And then this last one, for if the seller is not a foreign person as defined by the Foreign Investment and Real Property Tax Act, seller shall also provide to the closing attorney a non-foreign status certificate. In the event seller does not provide that certificate, seller acknowledges there may be withholding as prohibited by the IRS. So this is a tax thing. This is an IRS thing. This same provision shows up in your listing agreement. So we can have these conversations with sellers up front. If we're not sure if they're a foreign person as defined by the Foreign Investment and Real Property Tax Act, I would copy and paste that straight to Google and see what we can't find. I'm sure everything you wanted to know about that. But again, it's about that foreign status and taxes. You know, one thing about the listing agreement, we could almost use the listing agreement as a jumping point of conversation. So as we're going through this listing agreement with the seller and this comes up, or the fuel tank thing comes up, or the owners association information, then that kind of jump starts conversations, because listing agents, you know, it will come up when we go under contract. So let's have these conversations before. Do we need to talk to an attorney? Do we need to address these things before? Because now that we're here, we're dealing with it. So make sure we're going through the listing agreement. Like I said, I almost always treat it like a checklist. You know, did we do this? Do we need to do that? Is there anything we need to do about this? And I think the listing agreement is laid out as such to allow us to do that. Authorization to disclose information. We saw this with the buyers. Now we're seeing it again with the sellers. Again, anybody that needs access to the contract to do their job, the seller's given them permission to do so. So any, any attorney, buyers and sellers agents, closing attorney, buyer's lender, etc. Whomever needs the contract, then we have the authorization to disclose any of that information to help them do their thing so we can process closing. Seller's obligation, access to property. Seller shall provide reasonable access to the property through the earlier of closing or possession by buyer, including but not limited to allowing the buyer and their representatives and agent to conduct their due diligence, investigations, and inspections. The seller can't contract with the buyer and then not let them on the property to do their inspections and investigations. That's part of the deal. Seller has to give access to property to verify satisfactory completion of any negotiated repairs or improvements. Once the seller does those repairs, the buyer has every right in the world to come back and verify those. Maybe they're okay with putting their eyes on those repairs. Maybe they want their home inspector to come back out and look at them. Maybe the general contractor, their electrician, whatever. But the buyer has every right to verify the satisfactory completion of those repairs. And then the seller has to allow access to property to conduct that final walkthrough. again, as close to settlement as we possibly can. Seller's obligation includes providing existing utilities operating at seller's costs, including any connections and de-winterizing. So the seller needs to keep the power on, the water on, even if they're not living there. They need to keep that stuff on through closing. You know, it's hard for the home inspector to inspect the water heater if we don't have water or power. You know, so those various things that's going to help, and that's the seller's responsibility to keep those things on or turn them back on if they're off. Our blue note refers us back to our warning in paragraph 4. Paragraph 4 was the buyer's due diligence cost. So paragraph 4, for limitations on buyer's right to terminate this contract as a result of buyer's continued investigation of the property following the expiration of the due diligence period. Remember, when due diligence is up, they haven't lost their right to inspect. They have lost their right to terminate. In some cases, they're still inspecting. Well, if you're going to the final walkthrough the morning of closing, we're still inspecting, aren't we? On our way to the attorney's office. If we're verifying the satisfactory completion of any negotiated repairs, we're still inspecting and investigating. That doesn't have to stop when due diligence is up. The only thing they've lost is their right to terminate. If they terminate after due diligence for any reason, they lose their earnest money. We're going to see remedies in just a second as well. It spells out remedies. Removal of seller's property. Seller shall remove by the date of possession is made available to buyer. All personal property, which is not part of this of this purchase, I got ahead, and all garbage and debris from the property. So unless we negotiated it, get it out. You're not leaving gifts. You're not leaving presents. You're leaving junk. And the buyer doesn't want junk unless they do. But then they would have asked for it. So sellers, you know, as a listing agent, when my seller moved out a day or two before settlement, I generally went through the property myself before the buyer could show up to do the final walkthrough. Because if something raised a red flag at me, then it's probably going to raise a red flag to them as well. So once my seller said, we're out, the moving truck's pulling away, I would try to run over there and check it out before they did their final walkthrough. Do the final walkthrough, always. Even if it's been vacant from day one, the first day you saw it, if it's vacant, you still need to do that final walkthrough because of that very important sentence, this buyer's accepting this property in its then existing condition. And we need to see what that then existing condition is. Affidavit and indemnification agreement. Seller shall furnish at settlement an affidavit and indemnification agreement and form satisfactory to buyer and buyer's title insurer, if any, executed by seller and any person or entity who has performed or furnished labor, services, materials, or rental equipment to the property within 120 days prior to the date of settlement, who may be entitled to claim a lien against the property as described by this North Carolina general statute, verifying that each person shall or entity has been paid in full and agreeing to indemnify buyer, buyer's lender, and title insurance against all loss from any cause or claim arising therefrom. You guys remember the mechanic's lien? The mechanic's lien, somebody's been hired to perform a job. Somebody's been hired to perform a service. And they have up to 120 days from when the work ends to file the lien. So the last thing we want, the last thing title insurance wants, let's just say the seller agrees to do repairs. They say, sure, we'll fix the electrical and plumbing. No problem. Where do I sign? They have the guys come out, fix electrical and plumbing, but guess what? They forget to pay. We go to closing, the buyer becomes the owner. Mechanic files the lien. The lien attaches to the property. We want to try to prevent this from happening. So what can we do? A couple things. Well, first off, as this paragraph is telling us, the title insurance company is going to require the seller to sign this affidavit indemnification agreement, which they're pretty much affirming that this can't happen. I've paid all mechanics. This is taken care of. Buyer's agents, we may want to take a couple extra steps when we're asking for repairs. Instead of just asking for the repair, also consider asking for paid in full invoices. So not only does this show this is that the electrician and the plumber has been paid, and we shouldn't have to worry about this, but it's also going to show the buyer who did the work. So if the electrical fails after closing, they know who to call. They know who to have address it. So what if? Do sellers lie sometimes? They'll look you straight in the eyeball and flat out lie to you, right? Not just sellers, buyers too. That's people, you know? What if the seller says, oh yeah, I promise. No, this can't happen. Where do I sign? Guys, the mechanics lien hasn't been filed yet, so it's not going to show up in the attorney's title search. So what happens if the seller lies? We find this lien after closing. Maybe the buyer's now going to sell, the new owner is going to sell, and this pops up in their title search. This is why they have title insurance. An example of why they have title insurance, to protect them from errors of the past. And because the seller signed something saying that this couldn't happen for the title insurance company, now that it has, the title insurance company has the right to go after the seller. They will take care of it. They will address it. Designation of lien agent, payment and satisfaction of liens. If it's required by this North Carolina general statute, seller shall have designated a lien agent and shall deliver to the buyer as soon as reasonably possible a copy of the appointed lien agent. All deeds of trust, deferred ad valorem taxes, liens, and other charges against the property not assumed by the buyer must be paid and satisfied by the seller prior to or at settlement such that cancellation may be promptly obtained following closing. Seller shall remain obligated to obtain this cancellation following closing. So if there's a lien agent in North Carolina, any project of more than $30,000 requires a lien agent. So if there's a lien agent, we want to make sure that they've been paid. And again, if it comes out that it hasn't been, that these liens haven't been satisfied, their obligation to do so follows closing. So just because we're closing, they're not off the hook. They would still be on the hook to do this. Good title legal access. Seller shall execute, deliver a general warranty deed for the property in recordable form no later than settlement, which shall convey fee simple, marketable, and insurable title without exception for mechanics liens, lis pendens, monetary liens, and judgments, free of other encumbrances or defects that would materially affect the value of the property, including those which would be revealed by a current and accurate survey, except ad valorem taxes for the current year, because you and I know we're going to prorate them, utility easements and unviolated covenants, conditions, and restrictions if we're in an HOA, and such other liens, encumbrances, or defects that may be specifically approved by the buyer in writing. This property must have a legal access to a public right-of-way. To me, this paragraph, this is the seller's biggest responsibility. Provide a general warranty deed free of liens that we're going to pay off. If there are any, we're going to pay them off out of the seller's proceeds. If the seller can't do this, they are in breach. That's their biggest obligation, is provide that clear marketable title. Couple blue notes. Buyer's failure to conduct a survey or examine title of the property prior to the expiration of the due diligence period does not relieve the seller of their obligations to deliver good title. So in other words, if something comes up after due diligence, about the title, a survey or something, seller's still on the hook to address it. And again, the closing attorney will get with them on that. If any sale of the property may be a short sale, consideration should be given to attaching a short sale addendum as an addendum to this contract. And that's another form that we'll look at. That's another form that we'll see. Governmental compliance. It is a condition of this contract that the property be conveyed free of any material violation of law, ordinance, permit, or governmental regulations. There's some examples that may be included, unless the seller has specifically disclosed such violations prior to the effective date. We're getting ready to break this paragraph down. So this is important. If the buyer establishes that a violation exists after the effective date and prior to closing, buyer must promptly notify seller. Seller may cure the violation. Unless otherwise agreed, if seller does not cure the violation prior to closing, then buyer may choose to accept the violation and proceed to closing, or terminate, get their earnest money and their due diligence back. Listing agents, again, this pops up in our listing agreement so we can have this conversation, jumpstart for conversations. Listing agents, if there is any kind of governmental compliance violation, again, you got some examples there. They should be encouraged to disclose. The seller doesn't have to disclose much, and they still don't have to disclose this. But if they disclose, then there's nothing else left to do. The buyer either takes the property as it is, they accept the offer as it is, or they don't. However, if it's not been disclosed and the buyer comes across something in their inspections and investigations, they notify the seller, and the seller needs to cure the violation. If they don't cure the violation, then the buyer could walk and get their monies back. There's only a few times in the contract that we could get the buyer their due diligence fee back, and this is one of them. So again, listing agent, isn't it best for them to disclose up front? And then we can't risk this buyer walking. We can't risk this buyer, terminating this contract. Again, though, they can only disclose what they know. So if they don't know of any of these issues, of any of these violations, they can't do anything about it. Like I said, if the buyer comes across it in their inspections or investigations, there's their choices if the seller doesn't cure the violation. Very, very similar verbiage in our listing agreement. So we can have this conversation with the sellers, knowing it'll come up with probably come up with the buyers. Deed, taxes, and fees. Seller pays to have the deed prepared and all other documents necessary to perform seller's obligations under this contract. Seller's responsible for paying excise taxes and any deferred, discounted, or rollback taxes and local conveyance fees. The deed is to be made to either the buyer, corporation, LLC, a trust for the buyer, any relative of the buyer, or other. We were told that we only have to insert a name if we're doing other. If it's buyer, corporation, etc., then that should be who the name of the contract is. So unless this differs from the buyer's name in the contract, that other. And the attorney may have questions about how we want the deed drafted, who needs to be on the deed, that kind of thing. But the seller has that preparation of the deed, excise tax, and then who we're going to make the deed out to. Agreement to pay buyer's expenses. Seller shall pay at settlement X amount, if any, toward any of buyer's expenses associated with the purchase of the property. at the discretion of the buyer's lender, if any, including FHA, VA lender, and inspection costs that the buyer is not permitted to pay. Where once again, the blue note is referring us to the FHA, VA financing addendum that we'll look at. Prior to entering an amount in this field right here, some FHA, VA lender and inspection costs cannot be paid by the buyer settlement, and it needs to be addressed right here in this blank. If it's a conventional loan and the buyer's not asking for any seller pay closing costs, again, never leave a blank blank, especially this blank. Don't give somebody the opportunity to slip an amount in there, right? Probably on the buyer's side. Don't give them that opportunity. So if the buyer's not wanting any seller pay closing costs, make sure we indicate that with a 0. Like we said, if the seller's on the hook to pay for some of those inspections, then we need to make sure we include that. So what's the pest inspection, the septic inspection, the well water, those things that the FHA and VA may require. We'll see this again when we look at our FHA, VA financing addendum. Owner association fees, seller shall pay any charges by an owner association fee or management company. Shall pay any charges. So they've already approved, here it is, payment of special assessments. Seller shall pay in full at settlement all special assessments that are approved prior to settlement. So again, a good rule of thumb, who owns it when it's been approved, that's going to be the one responsible for it. With the sellers, these been approved prior to settlement, so they're responsible for it. Whether payable in a lump sum or future installments, provided the amount can be reasonably determined. Payment of such estimated amount shall be the final payment between the parties. The lump sum or future installment, some HOAs will say, we're redoing the roofs, this is how much you owe. Other HOAs may say, we're redoing the roofs, we're going to take this amount, break it down into 4 payments over the next year and a half, right? Either way, there's an amount due. The seller's responsible for that at closing. We don't want the HOA trying to go after the seller after settlement. So they're going to have to finalize all those bills. So again, good rule of thumb. Who owns it when it's approved, that's who's going to be responsible for it. Questions? All right, let's take a break. We're getting close. Welcome back. How are we doing? We doing good? Good. It's good stuff. And I mean, you know, we got to be familiar with it. You were probably introduced to the offer to purchase a contract and pre-licensing, but probably didn't spend this kind of time on it. So now that we're here working with buyers and sellers, it's so important that we know what's in it. We know how to work it. Yes, ma'am.
You know, you mentioned a couple of times that it is good time to go over with the seller when you're going through the listing contract. So this is for buyer's contract, right? Where's
Well,
the,
the contract's for both buyer and seller.
oh,
But a lot of those things we're seeing in our listing agreement between the firm and the seller.
okay.
So, you know, we can have these conversations, you know, like the fixture list, for example. The fixture list shows up in the offer, but the exact same fixture list shows up in the listing agreement. So we can talk to the seller about, you know, you going to take anything? If so, let's have this conversation now, kind of thing.
Okay, I understand. Thank you.
Of course. All right. Okay, payment of special assessment, sellers paying those that are approved prior to settlement. Late listing penalties. All property tax late listing penalties, if any, shall be paid by the seller. What I'm saying here, if the seller never paid last year's taxes, then they're responsible for them. This year's taxes, we're going to prorate. But if the seller didn't pay 2023 taxes, 2022, 2021, then they're going to be responsible for them. That's not going to be the responsibility of the buyer. Negotiated repairs or improvements shall be made in good and workmanlike manner, and buyer shall have the right to verify same prior to settlement. There's so many jokes around this good and workmanlike manner, but basically what this is saying is that the seller, if they agree to do any repairs, they should do them to customary standards, customary practices. Buyer's agents, if you're like many of us, and this good and workmanlike manner makes you nervous, because isn't this subjective? Couldn't good and workmanlike manner to me be different to you than different to you? So buyer's agents, another thing to consider when you're asking for repairs is to specify you want a licensed electrician or a certified plumber or a general contractor, right? Because if we don't specify and the seller agrees to do them, then they could do them themselves. And the problem is we don't know how handy the seller is. We don't know if they know what they're doing with a hammer. So if we want to, let's say, ensure that good and workmanlike manner, then we may want to, as buyer's agents, clarify that with our due diligence repair request. And as we said, the buyer shall have the right to verify that they have been completed in good and workmanlike manner. Many of our home inspectors will go back out to the property for a lesser fee, but just inspect those things that we ask for repairs. Because the home inspector is probably the one that alerted us to the issue to begin with. So for a lesser fee, they can go out and make sure that they're meet their standards. Again, maybe the buyer wants to send their own electrician out there to look at it. Maybe the buyer's okay with putting their own eyes on it and saying, yeah, this looks good to me. However, they're comfortable with verifying those repairs. They have the right to do that. Home warranty. We're told to select one of the following. No home warranty is to be provided by the seller. Buyer may obtain a 1-year home warranty at a cost not to exceed X amount, which includes sales tax, and seller agrees to pay for it at settlement. Or a third option here, seller has already retained a 1-year home warranty from this company at a cost of X amount, which includes sales tax, and will pay for it at settlement. Most home warranty companies will offer coverage to the seller while they have it listed. So if they agree to a home warranty, then they may be covered if something breaks while they're on the market. You know, isn't that a good time for something to break, is when you're trying to sell your home and then all of a sudden the water heater goes out or something. So sellers just may have that assurance, knowing that if I go ahead and get a home warranty for my upcoming buyer, then I can be protected while I'm listed as well. Your firms may have a preferred home warranty company. They may have somebody that you can reach out to. They got brochures with information. There's so many out there. What I say to you guys is before you recommend a home warranty company to anybody, buyer or seller, do your own research. Make sure it's a legit company, somebody that has a good reputation. We don't want to leave anybody high and dry. I tend to go with the guys that, you know, my firm prefers because they're in our office on the regular, dropping off brochures. They're there to answer questions. They like to bring us donuts sometimes, you know. So we have a face-to-face, at least I have a person that I can pick up the phone and call. Not all home warranties may be able to offer that. So just do your research before you make recommendations or suggestions. Note too, that this says at a cost not to exceed. We may not know the exact cost of it yet, but if we put in an amount here, the seller, in this case, the seller will only be on the hook for the amount of the home warranty. So if you put in $1,000 and the home warranty is only $650, the $650 is all the seller is going to be on the hook for. That's what we mean to not to exceed. And that does include like taxes, etc. as well. When you look at that brochure and they tell you how much their annual home warranty is, taxes are not included. So make sure you round up a little bit to give yourself room for sales tax. Home warranty usually have limitations and conditions to coverage. Refer those specific questions to the home warranty company. For example, they're not going to take on existing issues. They're not going to take on existing problems. This is stuff that you break, stuff that breaks once you're warranted, once you're under that warranty. Some include roofs, others don't, right? They're all just a little bit different. So look around. Again, start with your firm. Last thing on the seller's obligation is their breach of contract. We're instructed to see paragraph 23 below as it addresses both parties' breach of contract, the seller's breach of contract and the buyer's breach of contract. So we'll see that when we get to paragraph 23. Any questions on the seller's obligations? What their duties are per this contract? Charges by an owner's association. Responsibility for payments of charges by an owner's association or management company or an agent of the association shall be allocated between buyer and seller as follows. And then it gives us a very nice clear breakdown. The seller is going to pay any fees incurred by themselves in completing the RPODs and resale or other certificates related to the proposed sale of the property. Seller's going to pay the fees required for confirming seller's account payment information on owners association dues or assessments per this North Carolina general statute. Seller's going to pay any fees charged for transferring or updating ownership records of the association. Seller pays any fees other than those fees specifically required to be paid by the buyer below. The buyer below. Buyer shall pay charges for providing information required by a buyer's lender, charges for working capital contributions, membership fee, or charges imposed for the buyer's use of the common elements and or services provided to buyer in connection with the buyer taking possession of the property, such as move-in fees, and buyer shall pay any charges for determining restrictive covenant compliance. So it's pretty clear, right? Depending on who you're working with, you can sit down. Bottom line, the attorney is generally going to be the one that communicates with the HOA to make sure that this transfer happens, to make sure each party is charged their appropriate fees. I mean, if you think about it, somebody's got to do the paperwork to process the new owner, right? Somebody's got to complete those steps and that kind of thing. So there's some administrative work, there's some behind the scenes work. And this just kind of specify who's going to be responsible for what. fairly new provision in the offer to purchase and contract. I'm gonna say it's 3 or 4, maybe 5 years old, fairly new, I guess, in the big picture. Just kind of help be more clear, help clarify those responsibilities. Prorations and adjustments. We know how to prorate. Unless otherwise agreed, the following items shall be prorated with the seller responsible for the prorated amounts through the day of settlement, and seller entitled to the amount of any prorated rents through the day of settlement, and either adjusted between the parties or paid at settlement. What are the things that we can prorate? Taxes, rent, and HOA dues. These are the typical shared expenses that we see between the buyer and the seller. Taxes on the real property would be this year's taxes, 2024 taxes. If we're going to do an outside bill of sale for any personal property, maybe we're going to negotiate the RV in the cost of the sale, and we're going to prorate this year's personal property taxes, rent, if any, and then HOA dues. So again, the contract tells us who's responsible for these things and how the parties are going to divvy these specific shared events or shared amounts up. Condition of property, risk of loss. Condition of property first. If the property is not in substantially the same or better condition at closing as on the date of this offer, reasonable wear and tear expected, buyer may terminate this contract by written notice delivered to the seller, and the due diligence fee and the earnest money shall be refunded to the buyer. So if the tree falls on the house when we're under contract, we're going to see the buyer has choices. Option one that they have is they may terminate, get their earnest money and due diligence back. If the property is not in such condition and buyer does not elect to terminate, buyer shall be entitled to receive, in addition to the property, the proceeds of any insurance claim filed by the seller for the damage. So if the tree falls on the house, if the house burns down, if something major happens while we're under contract, it's not over yet, you guys. The buyer has a choice. They can terminate, get their earnest money deposit and their due diligence fee back, or they can continue on with the closing, get the property, and collect the proceeds from the seller's insurance company. If I were a buyer's agent and this happened, probably the number one question the thing buyer's going to do is look at you and ask, what should I do? Be very, very careful in how you respond. And quite frankly, my response would be, let's call our closing attorney. Let's go ahead and get some legalities in here. All I can do is tell you what the contract says. The contract doesn't lean one way or the other. So what should the buyer do? I'm not touching that. We're going to get the attorney so they can explain these options. They can explain to the buyer more clearly, more certainly what their choices are. Again, all I can do is just sit down and read the paragraph to them. And the buyer's going to say, so what should I do? We may need to get them to an attorney to have the attorney help them. You know, there's pluses and minuses to everything, right? So help them attorney weigh out these options. That's
In
condition of
practice,
property. Yeah.
have you ever had to do that? I mean, have you ever had a situation?
No. That was me knocking on wood, right?
Yeah.
No, I've not been in this situation. I don't know if any of you have, but to me, this is like nightmare, you know, because this is, I mean, we know insurance companies aren't known for their rapid payouts, you know, so that's going to be like one big thing is how long is the buyer going to I mean, that may influence the buyer's decision if they got to wait for that insurance company for the claim and the insurance company to pay out. I mean, I think if the buyer's taking the
Personally,
property,
no,
they really, really want this property, really, really want this location. What were you saying, Cheryl? I'm sorry.
I'll also say, personally, on that end, knowing what I know in the business that my husband and I have been in the past 20 years, we did fire, water, and mold restoration. So we dealt with insurance companies all the time. Once that insured gets that money, good luck getting it. I mean, that you're going to take a big chance on it. I mean, it's just,
That's my concern for the buyer is,
Yeah.
you know, how much you gonna get, when you gonna get it? Is it gonna
Yeah.
be sufficient to rebuild? Do you have somewhere else to live until this, cause it's not gonna happen next week, you know, so you're
yeah,
gonna
it's not
have to
going to
make
be speedy.
plans, right? So,
Yeah.
you know, like I said, for the buyer, this pretty much comes down to, and I don't even know the property, because if the house burns down, we no longer have a structure, right? But do they really, really want the land? Do they
Right.
really, really want the location? And to me, that would be, if I personally, if I were a buyer under contract and this happened, oh, give me my money back and let me go on. I can find something else, but that's just me. I've never been in love with that kind of location before. You know what I'm saying? It's definitely risky.
Right.
I mean, we don't want this to happen, let's
Yeah.
face it, but could it? You know, things happen. So could it?
Things happen. You're right.
You got to be prepared. Yes, ma'am, Tink.
In that situation, if like, let's say a tree did fall on the house, you're already under contract, but wouldn't that kind of be, if the damage wasn't like awful, wouldn't it kind of be beneficial for the buyer? Because wouldn't it change the value of the home too? Or is it too late to try to go back and do?
Well, we can always try to renegotiate, right? We can always try to
Mm.
renegotiate the purchase price, but you know, the seller doesn't have to engage in negotiations. The seller still has a payoff, you know, so if, you know, definitely a possibility to, but you know, the seller's under no obligation to renegotiate that purchase price. So we could ask, you know, but it's a situation. I mean, I'll tell you, I guess the closest I ever came to this, when I bought a little condo in High Point 15 years ago. I didn't even know my husband then. 15 years ago, I bought a little condo in High Point. The morning of closing, the morning of settlement, I woke up and my soon to be new condo complex was on the news. And I was like, you know, I mean, like what, like instant panic mode. They had a water line break in the front, and it's right there at a busy road. So it was causing delays. They had to do some road closures. It was a thing. Nothing on me or any of the current owners or future owners. But that was like the most, you know, turn the news on, getting ready to go buy a condo. And then there it is on the news. I'm like, oh my gosh, maybe that was a bad omen. I don't know, but I still have it. So it's, you know, it's doing good. But yeah, that was the closest. And that was too close. You know, but it's, you know, I don't think it can happen often, but the truth is, like we said, could there be damage to the property? Sure, you know, storms. You know, Cheryl's had some storms. I think the rest of us are getting ready to have some storms. And we know those storms may do roof damage, right? They may just do some damage to the property. So it's things that we definitely want to address. And like I said, I don't know, I'd get the attorney involved in this conversation. I feel like this just got out of my lane. Then the risk of loss or damage by fire or other casualty prior to closing shall be upon the seller. Remember, until that new deed is recorded, it's still the seller's property. So any damage to the property, risk of loss is still on the seller. Sellers advised not to cancel existing insurance on the property until after confirming recordation of the deed. Listing agents, make sure your sellers keep homeowners insurance until that deed has been recorded. If closing gets delayed, they need to contact their homeowners insurance and extend that coverage for another day or 5 or whatever. Buyer's agents. Our buyer's coverage is going to start also the day of settlement. Don't, it's not that the home is doubly insured on closing day. The seller's coverage is gonna end when the deed records, the buyer's coverage will start when the deed records. So what if the house burns down on closing day? Now, neither insurance company is gonna want to deal with this, right? So it's probably gonna come down to the date and time that the deed was recorded and the timestamp that the fire marshal says that the fire started. Whomever owned the property at that time is gonna be the one responsible for it. It's not like it's doubly insured. There would be an investigation too if the house burned down on closing day. I wanna investigate, look into the seller and find out, make sure it wasn't accidental. Speaking of delays, delay in settlement and closing. This paragraph shall apply if one party is ready, willing, and able to complete settlement on the settlement date. We're going to call them the non-delaying party, but it is not possible for the other party to complete settlement on the date of settlement. We will call them the delaying party. In such event, the delaying party shall be entitled to a delay in settlement and give as much notice as possible to the non-delaying party and closing attorney. If the delaying party fails to complete settlement and closing within 7 days of the settlement date, then the delaying party shall be in breach, and the non-delaying party may terminate this contract and shall be entitled to enforce any remedies available to such party in our remedy paragraph. Okay, I got a 7-day delay built into our offer to purchase and contract. What does that mean? 7-day delay. We've all agreed to a settlement date. We saw that back on page 2 or something, right? So we all agree we're all working towards the settlement. Now here we are awfully close to it. For whatever reason, one of the parties can't close today. Maybe the buyer doesn't have final loan approval yet. Maybe we haven't received our CD in time. Maybe the seller was able to complete the agreed upon repairs, right? Anything can delay settlement. In the event of a delay, the non-delaying party has no choice but to sit still and be patient. The non-delaying party has to allow that 7-day delay for the delaying party to get together whatever it is that's causing that delay. If the delay or the non-delaying party terminates within those 7 days, they're in breach and they suffer those consequences of breach. However, if on day 8, we still haven't closed, now the non-delaying party can terminate and the delaying party will suffer those consequences of breach. Again, the big thing to understand for those 7 days, all we can do is sit still and be patient and hope that this works out. Hope that we can get this thing to close. Tank, did I just see you? Nope. So there's a 7-day delay built into our contract because delays are so common. They just happen. Possession, including all means of access to the property and transferable amenities and services. Examples: keys including mailbox keys, codes including security codes, garage door openers, electronic devices, etc., shall be delivered upon closing as defined in paragraph 1 and below, unless otherwise provided below. When do we give the buyer keys? Once that deed has been recorded. Once closing is finished, and you remember the very last act of closing is the recordation of the brand new deed. The buyer should not be given access to the property unless we agree. Otherwise, it's still the seller's property. And let's think about it. Let's say we give the buyer keys so they can start moving in before we record the deed. What if there's an issue, something that comes up on title and we can't record the deed today? It's still the seller's property. So the buyer goes to the new home or to their new home. Deed hasn't recorded yet. Buyer walks in the front door, falls down and gets hurt. The seller's going to be on the hook. The seller's insurance is going to be on the hook because they're still the owner because that deed hasn't recorded yet. All attorneys are different with this. Some attorneys will hang on to the keys until that deed is recorded. Then they'll let the new owner, the buyer, know that they can come get their keys. Sometimes they turn them over to the buyer's agent. If I get a key as a buyer's agent, I'm keeping that thing securely in my front pocket until I get the email letting me know that we are on record. Please, please, please don't give the buyers the key and look at them and say, now don't go to the house until I tell you it's okay. You know what buyers just heard? Go to your brand new house, you know? So make sure we have some kind of, I hate to say control, but let's call it what it is. Make sure we have some kind of control. Buyers don't understand this closing thing. Let your buyers know up front. We're going to go to the attorney's office on this day. You're not going to get the keys then. We can meet up later once I get that say so, once I know it's okay. I'm sure every single one of us on this call has a story or experience of buyers getting the keys before closing. And to you, I say, what does the contract say? The contract says they shouldn't get that possession until it closes, until that deed is recorded. Even when my husband and I bought our house 4 years ago, I was the buyer's agent and the buyer. I got to wear 2 hats. And we left the attorney's office and they gave me a key and I put it in my pocket. My husband was like, can we go? I was like, not yet, because as your buyer's agent, I'm telling you, we can't go into that home until we get that notice, until we get that confirmation that it's recorded. Because what if? What if it doesn't record? What if? We may be able to do a buyer possession before closing, in which case I got an addenda for that. We're going to look at. We may do a seller possession after closing, in which case I got an addenda for that. So we'll look at that as well. Or possession is subject to right of the tenants, i.e. the buyer already lives there. So the tenant's been occupying the property for 12 years and now they decide to buy it. They've already possessed it. They have been for the last 12 years. So that would be another exception to that possession. Comments on that? Is everybody pretty clear on that?
Just curiosity that you say you are a buyer and buyer's agent. So you got paid for buying your own house?
I got paid a commission for buying my house. Yes, ma'am.
Yay.
That's the coolest part of that story. And you know what? I'll tell you, that commission paid a lot of my closing costs, the home inspection, the appraisal, I mean, that kind of thing. So definite benefits there. How much are you going to get? What's your cut? That's going to be up to your firm's policy. So if you're ever representing yourself, your firm has a policy on how they'll handle that. Yeah, Ezra Lee, did I see you?
I heard that this year, I don't know when they're gonna put like the buyer has to pay to the agents right now, not the seller anymore.
So that's the National Association of Realtors settlement thing. You guys may have heard some bunch of noise out there about going on with the settlement. They're no longer going to offer compensation in the MLS effective August 1st. That doesn't mean the seller still can't pay us, but they're not going to offer that compensation. So buyer's agents, we're now going to have to just reach out to the listing agent and say, is your seller willing to cooperate? And if they say yes, I'm going to send them something in writing because I don't trust anybody on their word when it comes to my money, right? I'm going to send them something in writing. If they say no, then my buyer's agency agreement is very clear. And it says, I will always ask the seller first, but if they can't or won't, you're up. So we're just going to, Ezra, we're just going to have to take an extra step to ensure or to determine who's paying us. We will get paid. None of us want to work for free, right? We will get paid, We just may have to we're gonna have to take that extra step to find out how. If you're not sure what we're talking about, major settlement with the National Association of Realtors is getting ready to go down in August. If you're affiliated, get with your firm. They can probably provide information. If you're not affiliated, just go to NAR's website, just Google National Association of Realtor, and they have a settlement facts link. So they'll let you know it's always current and up to date. Like you said, there is going to be some changes in August. August is going to be a hot month for realtors. There will be some changes. So just, yeah.
Julie,
But yeah, I don't
following
have
up
free.
that
Yeah.
question, sorry. Following up that question, you said send something to the listing agent to get it in writing. Is there like a form?
I got a form for that. It's 220, form 220. You can jot that down. It's like confirmation of compensation is the name of it or something like that. Don't take them on their word, y'all. When it comes to your money, don't take anybody on their word. Everybody hearing me? Head bobs? There's nobody that's going to look after your money like you are. So when they say, oh yeah, we'll pay you, no problem, not good enough, get it in writing. And the suggestion is we use form, 220. Something along the lines of cooperation or compensation or something like that. Okay, addenda. So as we've seen scattered throughout our whole entire contract, when the need to use addenda comes up, the contract lets us know. Now here we are with this provision, and it gives us a handy dandy little checklist to make sure all applicable addenda for this transaction are included. So verify, use this as a checklist. Do you have the FHA financing addenda? Do you have the lead-based paint or lead-based paint hazard addenda? Use this to make sure that you have all applicable addenda for this transaction. This blue note is reminding us, are you guys sick and tired of hearing this? Real estate brokers are not permitted to draft addenda to this contract. We can't draft, we can't provide legal advice. We are not attorneys. Y'all, there's a reason why they say it over and over and over and over and over again. So hear it, it's not noise. We are not attorneys. Assignments. We defined an assignment last week. We said an assignment, basically the only thing in assignment that changes is the name of one of the parties. Somebody is assigning or transferring their rights and duties and responsibilities and obligations to another party. Whether or not a contract can be assigned must be spelled out in the contract. So specifically, our sales contract says this contract may not be assigned without the written consent of all parties. So could we do an assignment? Yes, as long as we have the written consent of all parties. Here's your wholesaler again. That's the other piece of it. They may purchase the property and then assign it to somebody else while you're under contract. Another thing that wholesalers have been doing. Again, there is no one definition of what's going on there. Except in connection with a tax deferred exchange that we're talking about next. But if assigned by agreement, then this contract shall be binding on the assignee, that's the receivee of the assignment, and their heirs and successors. Tax deferred exchange. In the event buyer or seller desire to effect a tax deferred exchange in connection with the conveyance of this property, both agree to cooperate in effecting such exchange, provided, however, that the exchanging party shall be responsible for all additional costs associated with such exchange, and provided further that the non-exchanging party shall not assume any additional liability with respect to such tax-deferred exchange. Buyer and seller should not execute such additional documents, including assignments of this contract in connection therewith, at no cost to the non-exchanging party, as shall be required to give effect to this provision. First off, what's a tax-deferred exchange? This is a great program for any of you investors If any of you are working with investors, let your investor client know about the tax deferred exchange if they don't already. And basically with the tax deferred exchange, the IRS will allow the investor, when you sell one investment property and use those proceeds to purchase another investment property, they will allow you to defer paying taxes on the investment property you just sold. So it's also called a like kind exchange. You're exchanging one investment property for another. And if it's approved by the IRS, then they can defer those taxes. With the investor, there is no, like, they can keep exchanging property for property for property. There is no end, and they can keep deferring these taxes. If you're an investor or you're an investor working with buyers, now we're going to get their accountant. We're going to have them call their accountant so they can make sure that everybody's clear on these IRS rules, because there are some provisions. Like, for example, they have to buy the next investment property within, it's either 60 or 90 days from selling the last one. So there's just some special provisions that they need to be aware of. And an accountant can help an investor sort through those provisions. All we're learning in the contract is that we can do a tax deferred exchange. And if there's any additional costs related to this tax deferred exchange, then it's going to be on the party doing the exchanging. May that be typically buyer, may it be seller. This contract shall be binding upon and shall, in order to the benefit of buyer and seller and their respective heirs. When do heirs kick in? When the individual passes away. Death is only an out when we're negotiating an offer. Once we're under contract, death is not an out. The parties' intentions are clear because we have a bona fide signed offer in our hands. So now the heirs are responsible for the buyers or sellers parts of this contract. And if they can't or won't fulfill the terms of this contract, then they are in breach and they will suffer those consequences of breach as spelled out that we're getting ready to see. Death is only an out when we're negotiating the offer. Survival, any provisions herein contained, which by its nature and effect is required to be observed, kept, or performed after closing, it shall survive the closing and remain binding upon and for the benefit of the parties. Entire agreement reportation. This contract contains the entire agreement of the parties, and there are no representatives, inducements, or other provisions other than those expressed herein. All changes, additions, or deletions must be in writing and signed by the parties. Nothing contained here shall alter any agreement between a realtor or a broker and seller or buyers contained in any listing agreement, buyer agency agreement, or any other agency agreement. This agreement or any memorandum thereof shall not be recorded without the express written consent of buyer or seller. We mentioned this last week. It's worth mentioning again. Our commission always should have been negotiable, but when August rolls around, our commission will be negotiable. And if buyer or seller, whoever agrees to pay us, remember, we as brokers don't belong in the offer to purchase and contract. So however we're going to pay, however we're going to get that commission hashed out, it doesn't belong in the contract. That's why we have agency agreements. So never ever slip provisions in there about us, specifically about our commission. It doesn't belong in the contract. The last sentence was added a few years ago when it was a absolutely insane seller's market. You know, Sean indicated houses were going under contract within hours. So buyers were having to be crafty and move fast. Some buyers were putting the contract on record to bind the seller, to lock the seller. Now they got a recorded document that's going to pop up if somebody else tries to buy it. And the problem is if that's not released, the seller's stuck. So they added this last sentence, shall not be recorded without the express written consent of buyer and seller. So we don't lock the buyer down, prevent them from selling it to somebody else should this not work out. Like I said, people got clever. Conduct of transaction. The parties agree that any action between them relates to the transaction contemplated by this contract, may be conducted via electronic means. Remember, we need that permission to do electronic means. This is one piece of it, including the signing of this contract by one or more of them, and any notice or email address or communication given in connection with this contract. Any written notice or communication may be transmitted by email, fax, mailing, etc. We have a notice information page. We will see that in just a second. That's going to spell out how we want to be communicated with. Any notice or communication to be given to a party, and any fee, deposit, or other payment to be delivered to a party may be given to the party and such party's agent. So this is kind of giving us authorization to collect due diligence for the purpose of delivering it from the buyer to the seller. We can collect earnest money for the purpose of delivering it from the buyer to the escrow agent. Delivery of any notice to a party via means of electronic transmission shall be deemed complete at such time as the sender performs the final act in a form capable of being processed by the receivee's party system to any electronic address provided, again, below in this notice information page we're getting ready to see. Seller and buyer agree that notice information, acknowledgement of receipts do not constitute a material part of this contract, and that the addition or modification of any information shall not constitute a rejection of this offer or counter offer. I'm going to talk a little bit more about this when we get there. So give me just a minute. We'll talk more about that. This contract may be signed in multiple originals or counterparts, all of which together constitute one and the same instrument. You know, before electronic methods, you might have two copies of the same contract out there. The buyer signs one and the seller signs one. This is saying it's okay as long as it's in fact the same contract. Today, thanks to electronic means, we're probably not dealing with this as much anymore because we get everybody to sign the same document. We have everybody's signature on the same page. But if you do have buyer and seller on two different pages, it still all counts as one. The contract tells us how to compute days, how to count days. Unless otherwise provided for purposes of this contract, the term days shall mean consecutive calendar days, including Saturdays, Sundays, and holidays. In contract world, a day is a day is a day. Sunday counts, Christmas counts. A day is a day is a day in contract world. Remember, in TRID world, Sundays and national holidays don't count. In contract world, they do. For the purposes of calculating days, the count of days shall begin on the day following upon which any act or notice has been received. Any reference to the date of time shall be that date of time in North Carolina, Eastern Standard Time. This was the thing several years ago. The buyer seller, I don't remember which one, but somebody was in California and they signed at 4:30 their time. And so we had to clarify. It's the time where the property is located. So we're going to abide by Eastern Standard Time. Questions about this? So this kind of, they call that boilerplate stuff, which means you're going to see similar, very, very similar verbiage in most sales contract that you put up. Nothing crazy, just, you know, kind of summarizing anything. Questions of any of that boilerplate stuff? All right. Before we start this, talking about remedies, let's go ahead and take our break. I might be a few minutes early, but let's take our break. Let's go do some jumping jacks or something to kind of get us here for the next couple hours. We are in Archdale, North Carolina. If you didn't know where High Point had a suburb, we do. And it's called Archdale. Anyway, it just started raining here. So yay, I hope we get something. My grass was brown up until like last weekend. So I don't want the severe storms, but man, we need some rain so bad. So I'm happy to see this. But it's even more muggy out there now than what it was before it started raining. It's awful to walk out on the front porch right now. Okie doke. Let's take some attendance, screenshot for attendance. Let's wrap this thing up. Remedies. Again, this is probably 3-5 years old, something like that. Once upon a time ago, the remedies used to be scattered all throughout the contract, but they made this update and kind of grouped it together for us so it's easy to find. I'll be really honest. The only concern I have with it is where it is. They kind of stuck it at the end of the contract where nobody really pays attention to. I wish they would have put it further up that we would have seen, but they didn't. So you guys need to know near the end of the contract that nobody pays attention to are the remedies. And you can see it spells out what happens if the buyer breaches, what happens if the seller breaches, and how are we going to handle attorney's fees. So let's break this down. First, talking about breach by buyer. In the event of material breach of this contract by the buyer, seller shall be entitled to any earnest money deposit. Please always remember, you guys, the buyer is not in breach until after due diligence. While we are in due diligence, the buyer has the right to terminate. So they're not in breach until after due diligence. If they breach, seller will be entitled to earnest money. The payment of any earnest money deposit and due diligence fee together without their respective amounts shall serve as liquidated damages. We defined liquidated damages back in Unit 10 or Chapter 10. We said liquidated damages are money damages that we agree on upon contract formation. The due diligence is completely negotiable. The earnest money deposit is completely negotiable. These are negotiated items that we agreed on. These are the seller's liquidated damages. This is what they get in the event of the buyer's breach. Specifically, the liquidated damages together serve as the seller's liquidated damages and is the seller's sole and exclusive remedy. The seller can't go after the buyer for breaching. The seller agreed to this amount for liquidated damage. The seller signed a piece of paper saying, I am good with this amount. So if the buyer breaches, the seller can't go after them. That's what liquidated damages means. Let's see, provided that such liquidated damages shall not eliminate the seller's rights under above paragraphs that we've seen. We talked about dishonored funds back in page 1, or top of page 2. So again, there's a couple exceptions here, which you may just need to, kind of reference back to the contract to refresh yourself if it comes up in a situation. It is acknowledged by the parties that the amount of the liquidated damage is compensatory, not punitive. Such amount shall be a reasonable estimation of the actual loss that the seller would incur as a result of this breach. Payment to the seller of liquidated damages shall not constitute a penalty or forfeiture, but actual compensation for seller's anticipated loss. Both parties acknowledging the difficulty of determining seller's actual damages for such breach. Listing agents, remember that pendulum swinging back and forth? That pendulum starting to come down. We're still in a seller's market, not as strong as what we were. Tim shared, we're learning other markets are kind of getting further along into a buyer's market. So that pendulum's come down. And one thing I've seen with that pendulum coming down, so are due diligence fees and earnest monies that the buyers are paying. And as we get more and more into a buyer's market, we're going to see those fees coming down. And if we find ourselves in an extreme buyer's market, we may see those fees as like $50, $100. It's all negotiable. I'm going to say it all depends on the market. This is what I need you guys to understand. Listing agents, when that offer comes in with the earnest money and the due diligence, we need to make sure our seller understands that this is all you get. Imagine a scenario where the buyer terminates 2 days before settlement. Presumably by this case, the seller has made arrangements to live somewhere else. Maybe they have entered into another offer to purchase and contract to purchase a home. Maybe they have signed a year lease. But we want to make sure that if the buyer, what if they just never show up to closing? They just never show up. The seller's got to be comfortable with what they're getting with earnest money and due diligence, because that is all they are getting. So we need to make sure that they're good with that. I mentioned $50. That was the thing in the last buyer's market, the last high buyer's market, kind of around the housing market crash. If you guys heard of that. Yeah, due diligence amount coming in for, $100. What good does that do for the seller? Now we're in the seller's market and we had due diligence at $100,000, right? So the market easy could dictate what the acceptable due diligence and earnest money is to offer. It's not my job to tell you if this is good or bad. It's my job to explain to the consumer what this money's for, when you get it, when you lose it, and what happens if the other party breaches. We need to make sure that they are good with this amount. Questions on that? Sole and exclusive remedy. I think a common concern, what if the seller had agreed to and had done repairs, and then this buyer terminates? They can't go after the buyer for the cost of the repairs. Think about this. Buyer terminates, we go back on the market. Presumably, we're going back on the market with a better product than what we did the first time, because now we have this fixed and we can advertise. Electrical is new, plumbing has been addressed. You may want to increase the listing price a little bit because the seller has put money in, roof has been repaired, right? The repairs are done, the seller can't get their money back. But like I said, presumably we're going back on the market with a better product. So we might be able to adjust the listing price if our comps still support that. Breach by seller. In the event of a material breach by this contract by the seller, again, buyer's got some choices. They got some options. Buyer may elect to terminate because of the breach. They're going to be entitled to their earnest money and their due diligence together with due diligence costs. What is the money that the buyer put into this property before the seller breached? Did they have a home inspection? Did they pay for the appraisal? Did they have a survey, pest inspection, water test? All that money that they put into as part of their due diligence, they're entitled to that back. If the seller breaches, the thinking is, if I wouldn't have contracted with you, I wouldn't have paid that money on this home inspection. I wouldn't have paid this money on the survey. But because you can't or won't fulfill the terms of the contract, I want my money back. So we'll get our due diligence costs, we'll get our earnest money, we'll get our due diligence fee. If the seller's not willing to sit down and write a check, then they can take them to court. The buyer can opt to take them to court to get this reimbursement. So that's one choice. They can elect to terminate and get their money back. Or they elect not to terminate and instead treat this contract as remaining in full force and effect and seek the remedy of specific performance. With specific performance, the judge could make the seller perform as promised. And what's the seller's performance as promised? To sell. The judge could make them sell. Now, this would be the difference in the seller that can't sell versus the seller that won't sell. If they can't sell now, maybe they have somebody that refuses to sign the deed to convey, for example. Maybe they have that, let's say this is an estate from grandma and the 4 grandkids got the estate and all 4 grandkids are married. I need 8 people to show up on closing day and sign that deed. And if one won't, we can't convey. That's why we need to make sure all parties are on board on day one. But what if the seller just changes their minds? What if they decide after we're under contract that they don't want to sell? The buyer could choose to go after specific performance. Again, it's a court process. It's going to take time. Expect delays. But if they really, really want the property, the judge can make the seller sell. The judge can make the seller perform. The buyer's got a choice to make. I think we can agree that the remedies for breach by seller are much harsher than the remedies for breach by buyer. Buyer breaches, all they do is lose their earnest money and due diligence. Seller breaches, they could lose a whole bunch of money. They could still be forced to sell. They could steal for the specific performance. There's a reason for this. The reason being is because the seller initiated this whole thing to begin with by putting a for sale sign in their front yard. If the seller never done that, we would never be here. So changing their mind isn't going to fly. Changing their mind isn't an option. They should have made that decision before they put it for sale. Does that make sense? They invited the buyer. So their breach is going to be much harsher than the sellers. I'm sorry, than the buyers. And then our attorney's fees. If legal proceedings are brought by buyer or seller against the other to collect earnest money deposit, due diligence fee, or due diligence costs, the parties agree that a party shall be entitled to recover reasonable attorney's fees as allowed in this North Carolina general statute. And if applicable, another general statute that discusses dishonored funds that we're going to talk about. Parties acknowledge and agree that the terms of this contract with respect to the entitlement of the earnest money deposit, due diligence fee, or due diligence cost, each constitute an evidence of indebtedness pursuant to this North Carolina general statute. Sum it up. If somebody's got to take somebody to court, the contract's pretty clear, right? About what happens to the monies if we terminate, if we don't, who terminates and when. We take this to court, the judge is going to pick up the contract and say, well, it says right here who's supposed to get that earnest money deposit. You signed it, so it's going to be a pretty quick case, right? So if you're due, if you're not going to get the earnest money, being taken to court isn't going to change that. So in addition, are you going to have to pay that money that the contract says you had to pay anyway, but now you get to pay not only your legal fees, but the other party's legal fees as well. The contract's pretty clear about what happens, and that's exactly what the judge is going to do, pick it up and say, I don't understand why we're here. You signed it, and now you're fighting it, you're contesting it. Not only will you have to pay what you're due, but you also have to pay both parties attorney's fees. Obviously, that's designed to try to keep people out of court. Again, what does the contract say? Questions, comments about our remedies? Blue note, parties seeking recovery of attorney's fees under this North Carolina general statute must first give written notice to the other party that they have 5 days from the mailing of the notice to pay the outstanding amount without the attorney's fees. So we got a little bit of wiggle room there. All bold. North Carolina Association of Realtors and the North Carolina Bar Association make no representations as to the legal validity or adequacy of the provision of this form in any specific transaction. If you do not understand this form or feel does it not provide for your legal needs, you should consult an attorney before you sign it, not after, before you sign it. So if there's questions, if you're not sure, if this form doesn't fit your situation, get an attorney involved before. This offer shall become a binding contract on the effective date that we defined back on page 2. Unless specifically provided otherwise, buyer's failure to timely deliver any fees, deposits, or other payment shall not prevent this offer from becoming a binding contract, provided that any such failure gives the seller rights to terminate as described herein or otherwise permitted by law. So again, the top of page 2, we found out the seller's remedy if the buyer fails to deliver the deposit or the fee on time, or if those funds bounce. So that's just kind of reiterating that. Then I got a place for buyer on the left, seller on the right. I got a place for 2 buyers to sign. I got a place for 2 sellers to sign. If either party is an entity, then we got a place for the entity buyer, entity seller. There is one person that is allowed by the entity to sign on behalf of the entity. So just make sure you know that's who you're going to be dealing with. That's the person that's authorized to sign on behalf of the entity. Technically speaking, this is where our contract ends, where the parties sign it. And that provision we said where the notice and the acknowledged of earnest or deposits, it's here to help us in the transaction, but those last 2 pages are not the legally binding part of the contract. Technically speaking, this is where it ends, where the parties sign. By the way, what if you have more than 2 buyers? What if you have more than 2 sellers? We got a form for that. We have an additional signatures addendum. The additional signatures addendum allows for 8 more people to sign. So now I got 10. I got 2 here and 8 on the additional signatures addendum. If you need more than 10, then you add another additional signatures addendum. You add as many of those things as you need for all parties, buyers and sellers. We want all signatures. So then the last 2, well, 3 pages actually. There's a wire fraud warning to buyers, to sellers, meant something to both. I think wire fraud got really big, really fast in real estate. I mean, think about the dollar amounts going back and forth from the closing attorney's office. If your buyer is going to send their money in via wire, or if your seller wants their proceeds from the attorney via wire, we need to address this with them. Bottom line, we need to look at buyer and seller in the eyeball and say, I will never email wire transfer instructions. If you receive wire transfer instructions from anybody, assume that it's the hacker. Assume that I've been hacked. Assume they're trying to spam and collect your money. If my email's been hacked, you know, they could get in there and send you notice and you wire transfer that money to the hacker. And very rarely is it retrievable. Very rarely can you get that money back. So we need to look at our buyers and sellers, look them in the eyeball and say, I need you to go old school, pick up the phone and call the closing attorney to give or receive wire transfer instructions. Do not have them call from a number in an email. Because again, if we've been hacked, you could be having them call the hacker directly. So instead, have them go to Google and look it up, or you provide it to them. But make sure they understand we got to kind of step back in time a little bit on this to make sure that they're protected. I did a wire fraud seminar. It's like 2019. And at that time, there were like billions, that's with a B, billions of dollars that had been intercepted from or to the closing attorney's table. And again, you guys, just in real estate, right? Just in real estate. And again, you guys, the problem with that is once it's gone, the hackers shut down their offshore account and then they go on. They're going to open a new account and try it again, right? It's a good payoff day for them. So let's not give them that payoff. Look your buyers and sellers. I mean, y'all, there are horrors or people's life savings gone just like that. Poof, just like that. So I think it's worth the conversation with buyers and sellers. Use this to help you have that conversation. We also have a wire fraud warning in the listing agreement. We have it in the buyer's agency agreement as well. So we can have these conversations at several times throughout the transaction just to protect our clients and their money, their hard-earned money. Thoughts on this? Questions, experiences? Here's our notice information page. This is telling all the parties to the contract how they want to be notified. So if the buyer or seller want to be notified via mailing address, fax, or email, what you do with this section is maybe a firm's policy. Some firms don't have a problem with you putting this information in, buyer and seller. Other firms say, well, if I put in the buyer's information, then I'm giving that access to the listing agent, right? And vice versa. So they may encourage you not to. Get with your firm, find that out. What we do need to complete on this page is confirmation of agency notice address. This is the only place that you and I belong in the offer to purchase and contract. And like we said, the contract ended a page and a half ago. So we're just part of it as an extra page, an extra piece of paper. Again, buyer on the left, seller on the right. So the selling firm name, what role is the firm acting as? Are they acting as a buyer's agent, a seller sub-agent, or a dual agent? Firm's license number and mailing address. And then we're going to list the individual selling agent. Check this box if you're acting as a designated dual agent. We need your license number, contact information. How do you want to see communication? How do you want to receive notices? We go through that same little exercise on the right. Listing firm name. What is the firm's role? Is the firm acting as a seller's agent or a dual agent? What's the firm's license number, mailing address? And then again, the individual listing. Check if you're acting as a designated dual agent, and then your license number, phone number, fax, and email. So this is our communication, that offer and acceptance thing. How do you want that communication? How do you want to receive that notice? It's right here in the contract. If you don't have a fax machine, put NA, because it is in fact not applicable. And then the last page is our acknowledgement of receipts of monies. Once we go under contract, money starts changing hands. So when it changes hands, we need to make sure that we acknowledge receipt. First off, the buyer's agent will deliver the due diligence to the listing agent or the listing firm. So the listing agent is going to acknowledge the receipt of the due diligence. Sign that, listing agents, only after you've received it. Can we all agree in your hand and on its way are two totally different things? So the buyer's agent says, I'm going to swing by tomorrow before lunch. Don't sign it until it is in your hand. A lot can happen between now and tomorrow morning. So only sign, acknowledge, and receipt once you've received it. Then the listing agent is going to deliver the due diligence to the seller. So the seller will sign acknowledgement of receipt. Buyer's agents are also delivering earnest money. May that be initial earnest money or additional earnest money to the escrow agent. So now the escrow agent needs to sign acknowledging receipt. And you will note the additional earnest money. We have a date, but also a time, because remember that additional earnest money is time is of the essence. So they want to know what time we got it to ensure it was received on time per the contract.
Confused.
Say it again, Eric.
I'm confused. This is the actual offers to purchase contract, correct?
This is the last page of it. Yep.
So I mean, I don't get it. You sign all of this. I mean, when you send it over and they sign all of this, you're not exchanging no money, so you had to sign it twice.
Well, we don't have anything to sign for yet, which is why, technically speaking, the contract ends up here when everybody signs. So the rest of this is just kind of filler. It's kind of meant to help, to benefit. So with this acknowledgement of receipt, this is a piece of paper you're running around with town after the fact, right? Run around town with after a fact once you deliver it. And that's why, Eric, to your point, not only do we want the buyer and the seller again, but we also want the property address again, because oftentimes this last page gets separated from the contract, right? So we want to make sure I can't do it when the offer, I can't do it when we're under contract. I can only do it once we're under contract and that money starts changing hands. Is that answer? Is that?
So it's 2 signatures and 2 different papers.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Other addenda require signatures as well. If you bought a house, I always tell my buyers to get your signing hand warmed up, because that's what you're doing a lot, is signing. At least now we can do electronic for the contract. Many of our attorneys are still requiring pen to paper signature, which is what they get to do at closing. But yep. Guys, this is your 17-page offer to purchase and contract. 17 pages for the seller to agree to sell and the buyer agree to buy. But there's a whole lot of what ifs in here that's addressed. Obviously, they can't cover every possible scenario. If a scenario comes up, I would go to your BIC first and say, well, this came up that isn't in the contract. What do we do? But otherwise, I would ask yourself on the regular, what does the contract say? Because I'm willing to bet more often than not, the answer to your question is in here somewhere. So we need to be familiar with the contract. If this is your first time going through it in this kind of detail, that's great. If not, or if it is, I need you to go through it again and again and again. I need you to revisit it periodically. When I took pre-licensing back in 2008, my pre-licensing instructor said that we should be reading this thing word for word at least once a year. Same thing with our listing agreement, same thing with our buyer's agency agreements, because these are the documents that we use the most. And if you look, really, our job is to fill in the blanks. And if you look how little we do, how few blanks are in this contract, it's the rest of it that we need to be reminded of every once in a while. A good rule of thumb, when they update the forms, what a great time to sit down and read the contract, familiarize yourself with it, and be comfortable. Because again, questions are going to come up, issues are going to come up. Buyers and sellers are going to call you and say, what should I do? And like I said, ask yourself, what does the contract say? Because there's a really good chance the answer to your question is in here somewhere. Yes, ma'am.
So we're gonna see the offer to purchase the one of the lands, because I think it's different, right?
Yes, we have another one for vacant lot and land. And we're gonna look at it. We're not going through it this kind of detail. But basically, the difference in the two, the vacant lot and land doesn't have a structure. So these provisions in this contract that talked about this property is being sold in its current condition, that kind of thing about the structure isn't in the vacant lot and land. Now we got to deal with dirt, perk tests. Can we build on it? You know, right away, road right away, that kind of thing. So there is a different contract for vacant lot and land. There's also a contract for new construction. That little condo I told y'all that I bought, it was 2006 when I bought my little condo. In 2006, when I bought my little condo, the offer to purchase and contract was 8 pages. See how much we've grown? And you know what? There's no stopping us now. I was shocked we didn't go to 18 pages in this last July update. Don't fall out your chair if we're at 18 pages next July. Every time there's a court case, every time there's an incident, every time laws change, rules change, the forms committee has to sit down and revisit and readdress the sales contract. Expect it to keep growing. What questions do I have about our contract? Comments? Yeah.
I forgot to ask you, like, when we do the offer to purchase and we put the money that we want to give them for due diligence fee,
Mm-hmm.
because I know it depends how much the house worth.
No.
So depend on like, I mean, I don't know, like if a house of 400 or 300 or 250, how much we can offer for the due diligence fee.
There is no formula for how much to offer. The due diligence fee is a negotiated amount. So there's no formula. If the purchase price is X amount, then the due diligence needs to be, it's all negotiable. It's all going to be determined. A lot of it is driven by the market. If we're in a seller's market, buyers want to be competitive, they may need to offer more. If we're in a buyer's market, they're not as competitive, they may not need to offer as much. The real estate commission specifically says with the due diligence and the earnest money, they're so helpful. They actually tell us it is what the buyer is willing to offer and the seller is willing to accept. It's a completely negotiable amount.
Yes, I mean, but if we want to buy a house of 250, we can put like a offer of due diligence fee of 800. That's too low, right? So
if that's what you want to offer, the seller's got 3 choices. They can accept that, they can reject that, or they can counter that.
they obviously gonna reject it, I think. So.
You know, right, in this market, I mean, we're still in a seller's market. If you offer 800, it doesn't matter the price point. If you offer 800, the seller, at least, hopefully you'll at least get a counter, right? But the seller's probably going to come back with, they want more money. Please, and I get it, you guys is new, you want, because that we want some kind of help with this, but there is no formula. There is no, we just have to ask our buyers. Basically, what we have to ask our buyers is, how much are you willing to lose? It's risk. It is risk.
Yes, because when we do the offer to purchase, the due diligence, our buyers, they're gonna do the inspection and all the stuff. So if the house has something that they don't want to buy it, they're gonna lose the money. And we don't want that for our buyers. So
Agreed,
we try to offer the less that we can.
Inspection and they terminate, then they're not on the hook to repair. So the cost of the home inspection and the due diligence save them tens of thousands of dollars possibly when they find structural issues. It's the buyer's decision to decide. Now knowing what I know, and they have to take into consideration the money that they've put into it. But they also have to step back and look at the big picture. I put down 1,000 due diligence. I had a $600 home inspection, so I'm out $1,600. Or buy the house and address the $10,000 repair right away. The buyer has got to make that decision, and that's what the due diligence is for. So they can learn as much about the properties they possibly can and then decide. Now knowing what I know, do I want to move forward with or terminate this transaction? There's risk. Having a conversation with your buyers about risk tolerance, and that's a hard conversation to have. But if they want to be competitive, they may need to be more risky. They may need to up their risk tolerance. You know, again, in this absolutely ridiculous seller's market that we're coming out of, buyers were getting offer number 1 rejected, offer number 2, offer number 3, offer number 4. At some point, at what point are they going to be willing to up their risk? And due diligence, you know, nothing speaks louder than money, right? So due diligence was speaking very loud during that market. It was a tough market. North Carolina doesn't favor buyers, caveat emptor. So the due diligence is almost the response to that, to give the buyers that nothing's for free, but that look period to decide if they want to buy.
Julie, I was wanting to, I guess, say this because this is something that I plan on using with my buyers. That I guess like from our end, and this might help answer the last question. How much do you put down for due diligence? I guess this is like what the formula that we use on the, I guess, the seller's end is we use how long are they asking for to close, and how much could we rent the property for a month? And that's where we come up with, okay, well, that's a good due diligence offer, because if they back out, then we at least can say, hey, if we rented it for 2 months, then, you know, we would have at least got some rent out of it. Am I making sense?
It does. And I appreciate you coming up with some kind of method, but even with that, Shauna, buyer doesn't have to offer that. Seller doesn't have to accept that. You know what I'm saying? So it's a completely negotiable amount. I still stand behind it's driven a lot of times by the market, you know, so, but that could be a good formula. Hesitant using that word, but that could be a good formula to help get us started in these negotiations, you know? I want to, let's go to NCREC's website. I promised I'd come out here at some point during our time together. So ncrec.gov, or you can just Google North Carolina Real Estate Commission and it'll pop up. If you haven't had a chance yet to poke around and explore the commission's website, I encourage you to do so. There's some really good information in here. The commission says if it's on our website, you are welcome to use it when talking with our buyers and sellers. So why are you trying to recreate the wheel? Some of these things that can help us with buyers and sellers may already be here. So poke around. I'm going to show you my favorite tabs in just a second. Before I do that, while I'm on the home page, I'm going to scroll down. First off, now all of you are licensed. So you all have a licensee log on. If you haven't accessed your account yet, please do so. It's going to be your license number and the last 4 digits of your social. This tells you that you've done CE, credit for completing post licensing. This is your account record. If you need to change your address or your phone number, or anything like that, if you move, you can update it here. So keep your eyes, you know, log into your account, make sure your information is correct. Past bulletins. If you guys want to check out past bulletins, if you guys are you guys receiving the bulletin yet? They sent it out on the last day of the month. Did you get June's? If you're not on that list, you can come to publications and subscribe to the e-bulletin. So if you're not getting the e-bulletin, again, it came out on June 30th was the last one. If you're not getting the e-bulletin, you want to make sure you subscribe it. You don't have to come here and find it. They'll just email it right to you. It's a good opportunity for the commission to share anything with all of us. I think last count in the e-bulletin, there's over 100,000 licensees in the state of North Carolina. That's a lot of people for the commission to talk to. So e-bulletin is a way to get same information out to all of us. Another thing I want to point out on the home page, you can always find the current license law and commission rule There's several places on the website, but specifically on the homepage. You know, pre-licensing, we hand you the license law and commission rule, post-licensing as well. But now we got to teach you how to fish. So if you ever want access to license law and commission rule, and you can see here, it's broken down with some other good stuff as well. But if we look at just the commission rule, it gives us the chapters. This always takes a second to load. It gives us the chapters of the commission rule with titles. So if you're looking for something in particular, the suspense. There we go. So if you're looking for something in particular, you can kind of see the chapters, you can see the information to help you know what it is you're looking for. Particularly, one that we mentioned in this class was 58A.0112. This is offers and sales contracts. So if you're using a contract that's not a pre-printed form from NCAR, then it has to have these provisions. So 58A.0112 will show you what a contract, a non-NCAR form would have. Again, just clicking around, seeing what's up, familiarizing yourself with it. Back to the home page. Publications is good. We just saw subscribe to eBulletin. I talked to you guys about the electronic or it's right there in front of me. I can't get it out. The online subscription to the manual. So right now you guys have a big book. If you don't want to carry this around, if you want to, you know, when it's time to renew, if you want the e-version, you can get that under publications. Their search tab is really pretty good. So if you're not sure where to start, the search tab is good. If you guys ever search for something and you get results is anything but what you're looking for, their search tab isn't like that. They'll give you some good information. I think the better tab, probably where let's see, resources is good. Here's fair housing, employment, if you want to go work for the commission, timeshares, trust accounts, etc. But if we go to publications, I know it just sounded like I repeated myself, but you click on publications and then the first option there is publications. When we go in here, I think this is where we have the most useful information. Here's the commission's disclosures, the 3 forms that the commission has, the MOG, the RPODs, working with real estate agent, some consumer guides, some guides for us, safety. There's our residential square footage guidelines. And then there's all these Q&A brochures. We looked at offer and acceptance the other day. But if you're having a buyer, if you're explaining the real estate closing process, download the brochure and hand it to them. This doesn't negate our duties to explain it to them, but now this gives me something that I can actually put in their hand too. Due diligence for buyers, earnest money deposits. It breaks down what that due diligence is about, what they should consider doing, what happens to the earnest money deposit, fair housing, home inspections, military. There's that offer and acceptance we looked at last week, vacation, coastal, etc. So these Q&A brochures, again, are designed to educate the public. And the Real Estate Commission says, hey, if they're out there on our website, if you have a buyer buying on a well water and they're not sure why they should get a well water test, we've already done a brochure for you guys. We've already got a Q&A brochure. We are welcome to use it. Isn't that nice? We are welcome to use it because we should all have the same purpose of protecting the public. And the best way, or one of the better ways we can protect the public, is to help educate the public. So, you know, kind of poke around these. You can order. They have like these fancy little glossy brochures that cost money and they look real nice. Or if you're frugal like me, you can just get the free PDF download. You know, your firm may provide online orders, but it's still the same information. It's just how it's presented. Here's past bulletins. You can view past bulletins, update from CE topics. There's your real estate manual again. So I do think publications is probably one of the more useful resources for us when we're working with buyers and sellers. Like I said, though, I encourage you to poke around. You know, just kind of be familiar with it, know where to come, and for sure utilize that search bar. So your quick tour, super quick tour on the commission's website. Get yourself signed up for the e-bulletin if you're not. And then the other thing you guys want to do sooner rather than later, if you haven't, is check your licensee login. Make sure your information is correct. Whenever you finish a post-licensing class or a CE class, you need to come to your licensee log on and make sure the class has posted to your account. Give it about a week, right? Because Lane's got to touch it and do her thing, and then the commission's got to touch it and do their thing. So give it about a week and come and make sure it is posted. And if you don't see it, then you contact the director of the school. In our case, it would be Lane. She'll do the research to find out why it didn't get posted. Again, people got to touch it, especially near the end of CE season. They get busy. I don't want it to get overlooked. So I want you guys to check it. Just get in the habit. You finish a post, give it a week, check it. Finish CE, give it a week, check it. And know that you're good. It's better than that than getting a letter that's saying your license is inactive because you didn't complete post your CE on time, right? So check it. Check your account, verify your information. Questions, comments? There's videos too. Under resources, they have a whole video library. We're probably for brokers now, they got different categories. So for brokers, if you want to explain working with real estate agents to buyers or sellers, I got a video right here. Have you guys taken 303 yet? Not yet. Maybe one of you. 303, there's a lot of videos. So you probably talked about renewing, well, not renewing, but you talked about registering an assumed name, activating and affiliating, that kind of thing. So you'll probably watch some more videos in 303 straight from the commission. They're still loading. Firm licensing. I know some of you want to have your own firm one day. Video might be a great place to start. So yeah, I think this is a good website. I think it's very helpful. Just get familiar with it. Spend some time with it. Who knows what kind of treasures you can find buried in here somewhere. Again, I know I'm a few minutes early from break, but I just really don't like starting something new and then taking a break 3 minutes later. So let's go ahead and take our last break. When we come back, we should be able to finish up chapter 11 tonight, and then we'll talk about what tomorrow night's going to look like. So let's take 10. All right. So we're gonna go ahead, I'm gonna go ahead and finish up chapter 11 tonight. I may get started. There's always other topics like license, that kind of thing. We'll get through that pretty quickly. If I don't get to it tonight, we'll get to it tomorrow. Tomorrow night, as a reminder, highly recommended homework assignment is CD number 4 with solutions link. So make sure you look at this. Again, we're not going to have time to go through it step by step like we did the first time, but I do want to go over the math. I want to address those funny little things that we talked about. And then of course, see if you guys have any questions about any of the other fields. So tomorrow night, and I'd like to do this first thing so we can put it behind us, so we can put the math behind us. Sound good? So as soon as we got everybody on, we'll go ahead and do CD number 4 with the solutions link. This is under the section 4 material in the online learning system. Questions on the highly recommended homework assignment. Also, don't forget, you guys, for the exam on Thursday, I'll remind you again tomorrow, but for the exam on Thursday, I need you guys to print and bring a blank CD for you to use that problem. So if you're going to the office tomorrow, remember to print it off. You guys can also have blank scratch paper. One of the last things we'll do tomorrow night is kind of go over the exam, or Thursday is go over the exam expectations, so we make sure we're all on the same page. Blank CD, blank paper for scratch paper. I think one of the bigger things I have to say to you guys is I need you guys taking this exam in a distraction-free zone. So if you're in a place where people are, if you're in the dining room and people are walking by and everybody's talking to you, that would not be a good place to take the exam. So find you a good bedroom or something that you can lock the door where everybody else can leave you alone. Again, I will talk about that tomorrow, but I know sometimes we've got to kind of make arrangements. So be thinking about where you can be distraction free. And you just got to tell your family and your pets and everybody to leave you alone for those couple hours so you can get through this exam. Also tomorrow, we have more forms, but I'm kind of formed out for the day. So we'll look at some of those commonly used addenda tomorrow. We're not going to go through those word for word like we did the contract, but we do need a pretty basic understanding of what those addenda do. So we'll look at those tomorrow, look at the highlights and talk about that. Questions about any of that? Where we are, what's up? I feel like that's the thing about post licensing. I literally just met you guys and we're already talking about when we're done. You know, these 2 weeks just tend to go by so fast, so fast. Remind me, is this anybody's third post? Is anybody done after Thursday? Tim's done after Thursday. Yay! So we can all celebrate, live vicariously through Tim, and then the rest of you won't be too far behind you as you finish up 301 and 303 as well. Okay. Let's talk a little bit more. Let's go back to chapter 11. Again, I like this slide because this is a good reference page. So when we're doing our offer to purchase and contract, not only do you have the standard forms, you guys may want to familiarize yourself with the guidelines for completing. Because again, you know, if you're not sure how to fill in a blank, if you're not sure what a provision means, some of those more commonly asked questions are in the guidelines to complete. And then in your textbook, starting on page 330, it goes over some of those specific provisions that we talked about. So you can use that as a reference when you get out in the real world. When we were talking about the contract, specifically last week, we talked about earnest money and we defined that earnest money deposit. There's a little bit more I have to say about earnest money. So let's have us a good earnest money discussion. So earnest money, the earnest money deposit, it, like the due diligence fee, is negotiable. Again, the commission's answer to this is whatever the buyer's willing to offer and the seller's willing to accept. So if the buyer offers 0 and the seller accepts 0, we have formed a legally binding contract with how much earnest money? 0. We negotiated that amount. It's not essential. You don't need earnest money. Earnest money doesn't make or break a contract. We can negotiate. 0 is a negotiable amount. The whole point of the earnest money is to show the buyer's good faith. The seller wants to know that this is a serious buyer. They're not just out there kicking tires trying to waste the seller's time. If the buyer can't come up with the earnest money deposit, the seller might be concerned, like, can they afford to buy this house? So it's showing the buyer's good faith. It's showing that they're a serious buyer and that they have a little bit of money in the bank and can afford to buy this property. Remember, the earnest money deposit along with the due diligence fee, DDF, are the seller's liquidated damages, and the contract tells us are the seller's sole and exclusive remedy, which means however listing agents, however we're negotiating that earnest money or due diligence, whatever the seller accepts, before they accept it, they need to understand if the buyer walks, this is all you get.